All right, everybody, welcome back to Dirt Sociable. We got another special guest, Mikey freaking Vanden Heuvel, here in person, in studio, and David, as always, joining as well.
Well, I hope I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're the constant here.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Thanks for taking time after the busy season that you've had. You going and you're helping Rosales this past year?
Yeah, mostly. That was the priority for the summer was getting Jacob up to speed in the Mickey truck, and we pretty much ran his whole program out of the shop and took care of him at the track.
Yeah, you tend to kind of pick up some younger guns and make them into some champions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to go about that. I guess I've been lucky to work with a lot of really good teams and drivers and stuff. And Jacob was kind of a project that for us that not a lot of people expected much out of, that turned a lot of heads. So that really couldn't have went any better for his season this year. So kind of got him back on track for his racing career. So that was a pretty proud summer with all of the results that he showed right away.
Yeah, he's definitely had some great strides there.
Yeah, definitely. Throughout the season, you could see the progression, and just like at the end of the season, was always a contender to be top 3.
Yeah. And he was, I spotted for him, wasn't like super involved, like with Mickey's team. They took care of the Pro Light when he raced, and then the other Pro 2 and stuff. And I just kind of was a weekend warrior on that team, like the whole time. And, spotting for Mickey most of the time. And once in a while I'd do Jacob, and, the family's like super cool and stuff. And he was, cool and showed a lot of promise in spots, and then would kind of crash or have a bad race and stuff. And then, was really like inconsistent stuff, but I definitely saw potential with him and stuff. So it was really good to give him that chance and see it pay off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So how we kind of go about things, and you kind of know this, you kind of helped us even with some of these questions, but we started off with engine warm-up, which is kind of like a brief overview you give that brief overview of how you kind of got started in off-road racing and kind of where you're at, but just like a short track version. And then we got a bunch of questions that'll hopefully peel deeper into that.
Okay. So when I started racing, my parents brought me to the track when I was a baby, and I've never missed a Crandon race or event in almost 40 years. So next year will be my 40th year, I guess, of going to the track, or maybe technically 41st. When my mom was pregnant, I was probably at the track, I'm sure. So I don't know.
Yeah, that could
count.
But
I don't know, however that counts. But my first job at the track was scraping mud on Dad's truck, obviously, and that's still my job now. And then I also do other stuff.
Still scraping mud.
Main job, still scraping mud, most important. And then started racing light buggy. When I was in high school, I built a light buggy. I was like 18 my first year, and then raced light buggy for a few years while Dad was racing Pro 2. So I was full-time on the Pro 2 team, about like 20 years old, 21, when they were doing the core series and stuff. And then once we had 2 trucks, I did Super Truck or Sporty 2 or whatever you call it, which doesn't exist anymore, which technically is what Pro 2 is now with the engine rules and stuff. I did that for a year, and then Dad retired, and I took over the Pro 2 deal. And
what year was that?
My first year in Pro 2 was 2011. And I was the guy then who was like super inconsistent and fast for a lap or two, and then crashed, and then that was my MO. So and then I did like 1 season there, rookie year, and then from there totally part-time, like only raced Crandon basically for like several years until they did the new Pro 2 engine rules, and then we converted to that. And then that was 2017. And then 2018 we won, and we rode off into the sunset after that.
Awesome.
Have another buddy.
She got stuck to the coaster here. This Eagle Rare's got some stick to it.
Apparently.
So that's the warm up you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the warm up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good you just drop the coaster on it.
Yeah. It's like dropping the mic.
Yep.
So we'll move into the site lap then. David, want to kick us off on that one?
Yeah. So, what was your favorite track, or maybe still is your favorite track of all time?
Definitely Bark River. Soft spot for ERX for sure. But Bark River, I think, is probably most people's favorite track, and it's just every different thing I've raced was always my best track. But I have more wins at Bark River than every other track combined. Like, I think easily. So it's just like it's the only track that really has really good flow throughout the whole thing. Sometimes like the dirt's changed over the years and stuff, but it's just a challenge every time. Like, it changes a lot. And then like ERX, like we made a really big point in the Pro 2 to like really, like once they came out of that track, I said, we have to figure out how to race this track, just because the Carlsons, put so much effort into that. Like, we were kind of in the same couple of tracks for years. And then like they put all that effort into building that awesome track and facility and stuff. And we came out there, and that was my first Pro 2 win. So that's where that's a big soft spot. And like they just do such a great job at that track. And it's so I mean, Bark River is probably 1, and ERX is like 1A maybe. I don't know.
So a couple tangents on that. Bark River, the changes they've made within the what do you call it, the rhythm section, the whoop section, taking that out, and then also taking out the tabletop by County Road. What are your thoughts on those two changes?
I don't know. They've always kind of changed up. Like, they've had so many different variations through the years, where these days most people won't even remember, like, where they go over by the county road. They used to go physically onto the street and race. Do you guys remember that?
I don't.
You remember that?
I remember vaguely, but not.
Yeah. So the track where you go in, I always say you drive up next to that guy's yard.
The neighbor, yeah.
And then instead of turning, like, they have that K-rail there now. And you used to physically get on the road and like turn and do this huge burnout down the road and then turn back onto the track. And the county kind of kiboshed that. I mean, that was all the way up till maybe 2000 or something like that, roughly, but that used to be, there used to be a barn right off of the side of the track there, where that guy's yard is and stuff. And they were like, where they were to the point where they would throw a roost on it. And it was just it was like a single lane little farm cow path and muddy. And like, there was actually a no passing zone way back in the day and stuff. Yeah. And, so I've got to see a lot of that progression, and like they had like 10 like really short little choppy jumps by the road for a while. And then, the finish line used to be way back before you even got to the road, and then they moved it, and then they've had 4 jumps and like all kinds of different stuff. So it's cool that they change it up, and it's not the same every year. It's just a little challenge. There's like little details driving wise that people have to pay attention to.
Yeah. Do you think the dirt could use a little revamp, since they kind of pushed a bunch of clay into it over the years?
Yeah, it's a challenge no matter what. You show up there, you still got to drive it. Everyone's on the same track. It definitely seemed like it got a little more hard packed this year. Like, to me, it's always the best, like when they put dirt on the track, like right before, and then it's like a little looser and stuff, and there's more like roost, and it holds water a little better and stuff. Yeah. The last year I went, they threw a bunch of dirt on it, and it was like super lumpy, and like it was weird because it was like there was clay in it but other stuff, and it wouldn't like flatten out really. So it just made the track like super rough and like kind of unpredictable. So that was really cool because it was just really, really rough and it was like a big challenge. So it's just something different every year, but like it definitely seems to tend to blue groove and just like get wider and wider, and there isn't like a ton of cushion there. Where it's hard on, it's like, especially in a Pro 2, it's hard to drive and hard on tires and stuff.
So your dad, Dan, is a pretty good advocate for letting the track get all tore up and keep on racing. Is that your same mindset? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, back in the day, when I was a little kid, they would practice, and then everybody, this is like some of my earliest memories, everybody would practice together, buggies, trucks, every class on the track in the morning for like a 10-minute session or whatever, whatever it was. Everybody was together, and it was insane. It was like super dangerous. So like, it's probably a good idea that they got away from that, because then they separated like buggies and trucks, and then they just kind of kept separating. But like from that very first practice session, you wouldn't even recognize the track again later in the day for your race, because they would just let it go and occasionally just throw water on it, and then the holes at the end of the day would just swallow the buggies up and stuff, and it was it was just completely different. So I don't think we need to necessarily go quite that far, but we don't necessarily have to like have graders out there in between short course kart and mod kart either. It's like it's like some of the to me, like the tracks have gotten to the point, a lot of them, where it's such a highway, and some of the reason they do that is so it's easier to get the equipment out there and the safety trucks and all that stuff too. But it's got to be accessible. But I don't mind a rougher track. I always thought it was a little more of a challenge and is more inconsistent and more on the driver to adapt as the race went on.
Yeah, definitely. Wheatland kind of let the track go a little bit more further this season. They kind of just put down some water and some graders from time to time, but that track got a little bit more rough. But we also had like water, rain, as in the night before. So
A lot of it.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say a lot of water and rain, especially at Wheatland.
Wheatland is like, to me, that was like worst case for what happens to a track if you let it go, because it's so much clay and stuff, where the Pro 4s are having a hard time even getting around the track. It was just so hard pack and so slick. Like they would just push and push like crazy, and then they'd finally hit a little cushion or something, and then they'd snap around, and they got to, at some point the tracks have to till it up and like create some traction, Yeah.
So there's a part 2 to that, the 2025 season.
Oh, yeah. We kind of touched on it, but I was just going to say, out of the 2 tracks that are kind of new in 2025, so Wheatland and Glen Helen, at least to the series for us, out of those 2, which one do you think was the best?
Wheatland has good features. I think people were more probably excited to race that track. I think the infield is completely stupid. How tight it is, and like how bottlenecked and it's like really makes like awkward racing and stuff. And like the rest of the track is opened up a little bit more, and it's I've never like personally drove on it, but just from feedback and stuff, it's a lot smaller and tighter of a track than people think. And then they got that big jump, which they had a weird lip and a weird rut on the face the whole time that was pretty sketchy.
Yeah. Some people paid the consequences on that.
Parsons was a good highlight reel.
Yeah,
the whole time. Glen Helen is it makes for super duper tight, super close racing. So like the fans that were there probably were super entertained and stuff, but it's a lot harder to, like, it's really hard to get a run on somebody because you're just smashing into these, it's like smashing into jumps and then turn. And then, you don't ever really have like a lot of spot where you can have a little flow or do something different. And plus the way the track's laid out, if you come out of the corner and someone tries to make a move, like you're never in position to, be on the guy's inside for the next corner. That like the leader can really like be a lot safer, with the lead.
Yeah, except the infield there is one kind of that one opportunity you get that it's a left-hander then a right-hander, not a left-hander. Other than that, it seems like it's left.
Yeah.
So
yeah. One right-hander and.
Yep.
But I mean, overall, nobody can really complain about Glen Helen with the turnout they had on Saturday. That was like best case scenario was a super awesome event. So, I was one of the Midwest guys that's like wasn't super looking forward to go there, and I understand you have to expand to try to like grow the series and grow the sport, and like so many people are from there and sponsors. So I'm like, okay, we got to get this out of the way and see how it goes. And it went so good. I'm like, okay, we're gonna definitely go there at least once next year. So
yeah.
I mean, overall, the event at Glen Helen was definitely way better. And Wheatland's a little closer to home. So I don't know what their motivation is or what their deals are for each track, but Glen Helen's definitely like way above Wheatland for me right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the first, I guess we see if what the new schedule is going to be on that then. So I'll be anticipating that.
Mm-hmm.
Out of all the tracks you drove, what was the toughest track to drive?
Crandon was my worst track in the truck by far. On the long track, the short track, I was a lot better. The long track at Crandon is where all of the testing and all of the parts and equipment really come into play. And a lot of the time we didn't necessarily have the best of the best equipment, like drivetrain wise, where all of that money kind of gets spent to shave a tenth or more off at normal tracks. It's, you can have a half a second at Crandon, so like that stuff adds up. So,
Yeah.
So I never really did that good in Crandon. I don't think I've ever finished a cup race the whole time I raced. I'm pretty sure. Like somebody might fact check me on that. So that kind of sucked. But I had a couple of fires there, and
I was just gonna say 2011, I believe it was, cup race. You had a pretty sizable fire.
yeah, I had a couple of fires.
Looked like a fuel rail or oil or something because she just kept on going.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, there was a lot more worse tracks that I wasn't racing at. When I was like a struggling Pro 2 guy, I would show up at Crandon, but then I'd work for Morris like a lot of those years where I was like running his team, and we'd with the Torque series back in the day, we would go to all these new places all the time, and like at least half of them sucked. Like I was like, I'm so glad I'm not racing on this stupid track that they built. Like some of the tracks were cool. Like it was like a supercross. Like we raced at a lot of oval tracks and stuff in those days, and they would build like peaky jumps and like some cool features and stuff. But like some of the tracks were like a bomb. It just sucked.
What, they throw them up in like 2 weeks time?
Yeah, at best. Yeah.
Houston probably comes to mind on that one.
Houston?
Yeah.
Did we race in Houston?
Yeah, I thought we at one lunch we were discussing. I was rewatching.
Was it Dallas?
Maybe it was Dallas.
Yeah, we were.
Isn't that the same thing?
No,
Yeah, not even close.
not if you know geography.
Oh, I guess I failed that class.
Oh boy. Dallas, we had a lot of attempts to go down to the Dallas Motor Speedway, right? So, and in different eras, like we did in Core, we did it, and then in Torque, we did it a bunch of times, and it never really worked out there. Like Charlotte was way better. Joliet was way better a lot of the time, and we actually had good crowds at Joliet sometimes, and Charlotte we kind of, I think, was hit or miss. I remember a couple of like really good crowds at Charlotte, but Joliet, I think we like really packed that place one time. So like but it's a different track every time because they build it and tear it down and stuff. So
Yeah.
Didn't they build the track by the arches in St. Louis one year? Or did that never happen?
yeah, I didn't know where the arch was from where we were, but it was, that was in the top 3 worst events that ever happened was the St. Louis. So anybody that was back in the Torque days would definitely back me up on that. Like they had like this bog. There's some kind of speedway. I don't know what it was, but there's a drag strip there. And the only good part about that whole event was they had a really cool go-kart track and they were fast as fuck. So
So you guys settled the ties on the go-kart
yeah,
track?
there's tons of because it rained the whole time we were there, and we did tons of go-kart racing, and then the track was built on this weird like mushy like swampy bog where they brought in a bunch of fill, and the track was terrible, and like it was just I was glad everyone knew we'd never ever be back there. And there was like 2 fans, like we did that life for like 10 years probably, where we'd go to a random place and we didn't know why we were there, and there was like 100 people there,
Yeah.
So that worked out good.
I just remember that one because of like all the advertising, and it was like the arches and then showing the trucks going between the arches. Like, so I don't even think it was close to the arch.
Yeah. That was some good CG.
We were underneath an overpass on a highway. Like people
that
were
was the
camped.
arch.
Like, yeah, maybe that was the arch. I don't know. Oh, that was miserable though. Yeah.
Well, I like the idea that we're getting back to a traveling series, but hopefully we don't run into situations like that anymore.
Yeah.
Where there's just 100 people.
I hope we don't run into that track too. Yeah.
I think it's definitely more controlled on where they go now and like thought out from a track perspective and facility, like from what I've noticed so far. Yeah. Obviously, random one could pop up, but so far it seems pretty well thought out.
Yeah, the Glen Helen deal. I think everyone understands like why they want to go there, and some people physically can't make it, and everybody's like at the end of the season, some guys really try and some guys can't, whatever, and some guys don't want to go, but everyone understands why, and the turnout was so good. The people down there, they don't really have like they have some smaller stuff going on. They don't have like a pro series anymore. So like the fans who all remember like the Lucas series and stuff, they're like starving for that. And it totally showed. It was like the fans are awesome.
Yeah.
It was just like, I don't know. I don't know what the official count was. To me, they have a lot of grandstands and they were all full. And there's people standing like flat on the ground, like 10 deep trying to see. So like to me, like judging the crowd, it would rival like the crowd at Bark River or possibly bigger. I don't know.
I have the numbers.
Oh.
It is, I think it was 18,500, which is almost a mirror image of Bark River.
Okay. And that's a weekend,
That was the weekend.
a 2-day or a 3-day, or
That was a whole
2-day.
weekend
Yeah.
attendance, yeah.
That seems about right. Yeah.
But I also, there's something that has to be mentioned, that there was a lot of corporate involvement in that race, which is an awesome deal. But also you have to wonder how many corporate tickets were bought. Like they buy 100 pack or whatever like that, and they weren't fully used. But either way, just judging by your eye, if you've seen that same amount and that's what the numbers are coming out to, I think it's a pretty solid number.
Yeah, they couldn't have fit another person in there.
Yeah.
We were like even for like podiums for Pro 2, you were struggling to get up to the podium because they were already 3 deep when the race was going on.
Yeah.
And then they went, full deep when you were at a podium going on.
Full deep.
Full deep. That's the new term, full deep.
Interesting. I will leave that one alone.
Okay.
So
Is this a family show?
It's on YouTube, but yeah.
So as a fan of the racing, like what's one class you have to go up to the grandstands every time to watch?
I mean, I think I'm pretty well known. Light buggy's my jam. So, which I don't a lot. I miss a lot of light buggy races, but I don't watch any race. I'm normally pretty busy during the day, so it's hard to get out of the pit, But if I can, I'll do light buggy. And then lately, with our guys in the shop, running single buggy or 1600 buggy to the new crowd. I'll try to catch that. It's pretty hard. More likely, like we'll be able to turn it on a TV or check on the phone or whatever. But soft spot for the buggy guys.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty popular too in the pits, just with so much work on the trucks, like throwing it on the TV, getting a chance to at least still watch it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it feels weird to watch a broadcasted show of what you're 100 and some feet away from, more, probably 200, 300, but it still feels weird.
The best is you hear the crowd roar, and then it's like,
oh, what happened?
20 seconds later, you get it on the stream.
Yeah, we'll have it running like all day sometimes, and then you hear the crowd react. So then you have about a minute to run over there and see what actually happened. So that's kind of actually nice.
Yeah, it's kind
you
of
get the highlights.
Yeah, that really when Glen Helen for Pro Light happened, Saturday's race. That was because there was like
with Joey and Johnny probably.
Yeah, because there was like 3 loud cheers. And then we didn't know what it was for, and we're trying to watch it. And we're like, oh no, something else happened. Oh no, something else happened. Like, wow, okay. So it does make it exciting. So, who is a legend of this sport that is highly impactful, but doesn't always get the attention or the main mentioning?
Like an unsung hero.
Unsung hero.
Gopher just popped in my head. Do you guys know Gopher from Crandon? He's not there anymore. I would say, he counts. So Gopher is he was like the track maintenance guy for many years down at Crandon. He was the guy who looked like a lawn gnome, right? So like him plus that type of person, anybody who is involved with the tracks, he was like a full-time guy, but there's so many people at all of these tracks that are volunteers and stuff. And like, there's families where like, that's what their thing is to do, is they go and help on the tracks and stuff. Yeah. And it's like, and especially at Crandon, it's been around so long. Like there's been guys like Larry and Faye Stetsny both have been there since the beginning, and they're still like the flaggers and stuff now. And you just see them year after year. And there's some people that like were dedicated. They were there every single time, and then maybe they don't. Like maybe there's some kind of falling out, and you don't see them anymore. And it's like, it's just like some years it's like, man, it doesn't feel the same without that guy. But then the race kind of continues on, and it's like over time. I've been in it long enough now where you kind of realize like the racing is kind of built off of all of these people who support it, and then. Yeah. For whatever one reason or another, sometimes they don't stick around, but then the race goes on, but then there's new people that kind of carry the momentum, and carry the weight. So it's like, it's bigger than one person or whatever you want to say, like where it just, that's what it takes to keep the races rolling is all of these people behind the scenes. And like now with like Dirt City, once that got built, that's like almost exclusively all race teams. So like you got like the Holchers, the Marquarts, Petersons, like that whole squad of like everybody up there. And, like it's just really cool that like you can just tell how much that means to people that they're, not only are a lot of them racing, and then they're any free time they have beyond that, now they're at the track. It's just their whole life.
Pouring their time. I just watched a video last night it was on YouTube, and it was like, it takes a community. It was purely about the Crandon community, and this had to be early 2000s, maybe super late 90s, and it was showing a lot of the community guys that, just like you said, put all their time and effort into making this track such a great thing and the event such a great thing.
Yeah. And then on top of that, like besides the individual tracks, like Whitey is from Crandon and started at the track, and then he comes to every single race, and he's been like one of the most dependable people and then, all the other safety truck guys and, people who basically start from a track and then they jump and then, they kind of have all the racers' backs, like for the series. But, so those people, are completely there throughout all these different series that we have and organizations and stuff. And like, that's like the constant.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that. I mean, some crew guys come and go, but the main guys seem to be always a good constant, which is great because, they know the job and they do it well.
Yeah, and we're lucky to have them. Yeah. Like there were some times, especially the safety guys, like they were in real danger for a few years there when we were trying to figure out some of this yellow flag stuff and whatever, like versus like we used to have full course caution for a year or two, and then we went back to local stuff, and they were really feeling it out, and we were really lucky that they all stayed on because they were like rightfully like afraid for their lives for a little while there. So I'm really glad that tamed down a bunch.
Yeah. And I even think the past 2 years that local cautions, the penalty wise has been pretty firm. So like trying to keep those guys, basically if a safety guy says this guy roosted me, it was pretty much an automatic penalty. Yeah. No questions asked.
Yeah, that's what it needs to be. It's the racers, they get tunnel vision sometimes, so you got to like snap them out of that, and you got you got to make an example out of somebody early in the year, and then it helps a lot.
I think we talked about this briefly about Crandon Fall, how we could try to like improve local cautions, and one of the things I kind of came up with is kind of something they use in like F1 and stuff like that, and it's like you have a regulated speed once you enter, cut the course into sectors, then you would have a regulated speed. Obviously, a bunch of technology, extra money that we don't need to spend would have to go into it. And it wouldn't be manual gauges and stuff like that.
Oh, come on.
So
I was just like, how are you going to monitor the speed of these?
Yeah, so it would have to be feedback and everything like that. It would be an answer to the problem, but it would maybe cause more problems than solutions. But it's still something that crossed my mind when we were like, how can we solve? Because there's always the guy that wants to catch a little bit more up.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you don't have that cross your mind, I don't know if you're really racing for the win.
Especially in the pro trucks and stuff, like any little edge they can pick at to get a little advantage, they're going to rip it, and bust the door down or whatever analogy you want to use. But like, if they think they can gain one car length and there's people standing on the track there, if it's, the alternative is, either they can't take it, either they won't put up with it anymore, or somebody will get hurt, and then we're back to full course cautions, like full time for life, so, and sometimes like it would be, they could have more, in spots just to protect that. And I think, the crew at, Champ has been like improving and stuff like that on that. So, yeah.
Yeah, so like if you could go in the future 10 years, what do you want to look back and say you accomplished in off-road racing? I mean, you've accomplished a lot more than a lot of people already, but like 10 years from now, what would you want to look back and say you accomplished?
Like for my own personal accomplishments, or?
Yeah.
Okay, not racing in general. I mean, first of all, I'd just be very happy that we're still around. And I'm still involved with it. That would be cool. I'm always happy to be involved and participating, I guess, at any level. Like, so I was always, like this is my full-time job has been, working on the trucks and buggies and stuff like that. And I get to race and win races and stuff, but like definitely like the fab and maintenance and stuff like that is what pays the bills. So I guess I'm gonna try to go all the way, I guess, and see if I can keep doing that and never have a real job my whole life. I don't know.
I think it's a real job. I mean You wake up every day and go in the shop at set time. And
Yeah.
some days you're out there past the set time.
There is no set time. I don't know I heard this when I was a lot younger, like a kid, and I have no idea who even said it, but somehow it stuck with me. And I don't know if that's helped shape my whole life or whatever, but somebody said, if you really want to be great at this stuff, you have to live it.
Oh, yeah.
And I always remember, I have no idea who said that, but it was like a mechanic, or it was somewhere at the track or whatever. I definitely like made that decision. Like, I have to figure out how can I be useful enough to do this and continue doing it, and like carve out my little niche, where I can just be involved and then try to get involved and at times, like get involved and try to improve stuff and now we're here, I guess. So it's worked out. There's some lean times, and I don't know, I guess, I always said I would be the guy holding the yellow flag somewhere if I had to be. I've been a staging pointer at you guy to tell you where to line up before and stuff. And, to me, like any involvement, if you're just part of it, helping and knowing that you're kind of carrying on, like what I was talking before, like that, like legacy of people helping keep it going.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So who is the highest skilled competitor you've ever raced against, in your opinion?
So I caught like the tail end of a lot of like legendary people. So I've raced against Rob McCachran and Scott Taylor. So like when I raced the cup race. This is a really good story. So I raced the cup race. I raced Sporty 2. And then the last race of the year was Crandon. So then I raced the cup race. So that was my first cup, obviously. And then I started last out of all the Pro 2s and stuff. And my dad was in that race. That was the only time that we were ever on the track together. And Dad won. That was Dad's last weekend that he ever raced. So he won the Pro 2 race. So that his last Pro 2 race that he was ever in, he won, hole shotted.
Yep. Crushed it.
And, and that's when Ricky Johnson was there, and McCachran and Taylor, and I think McGrath was there, and like Evan Evans, like really, really, really good guys. So then Todd Leduc was there, and then hole shotted. I obviously was last. No idea what I was really doing against these guys. I had no business being on the track with some of these guys, but Dad went flying off of the berm in the gravel pit. And he all shot like third or fourth or something and flew off the gravel pit, and he jumped on the track right in front of me, and we went on the finish line. And I did the old Vanden Heuvel high line and just burned him around the top, and I passed him. And I like promptly spun out right in front of him, and he T-boned me and we both broke. So that was a cool moment, but I don't know. It was just good to just catch some of that era, but I mean, if I had to pick a guy, I was also in a couple cup races where Johnny Greaves was on the track. CJ and Menzies was really good. So Robbie Gordon came out a couple times to play when I was there at Crandon. So, but I'd probably say McCachran as far as like I actually competed against him. That was like an early career highlight of mine in Pro 2 is that I passed McCachran once. So like that was like hanging my hat on that for a little while.
Yeah. You took that one and etched it in the book?
For sure. Yeah. I was like, if I never got to race, because I never really knew if I was going to race another year or another race or not for a long time. So I'm like, well, I passed Rob McCachran once, so that was really cool for me at the time. It's still cool now, but
yeah,
it's more cool to say that I was on the track with him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of legends that you were on the track with there.
Yeah. I kind of bridged like the gap between some of these older guys and some of the younger guys, I guess.
Yeah. Awesome. So, all right, kind of fast forwarding now to a current event. We've had your father on the podcast. His big day for the Off-Road Hall of Fame inductee is coming up really quick. Your father is one of the few short course people that's on the inductee list of pretty much all the inductees, since it's heavily towards desert guys and stuff like that. An even shorter list of Midwest region guys. What is your most proud of history moment that he was involved in?
For him?
For him. This little inductee section here.
I mean, for me to be greedy, I'm going to definitely say with me and him together was we built our own Pro 2 in-house, 100% built the whole truck. And like while he was racing Pro 2 at the time already, and we built a new truck, developed it, raced it, and eventually got to the point where he won in that truck. And that was in torque when it was at its peak. So everybody was there who was all the best of the best were there. McCachran and Ricky Johnson and McGrath and these guys. So that was the career highlight probably for me and him together as a team. And then I don't know. I mean, as far as like the Hall of Fame goes and his getting into that was like his racing career is like really like almost it was a side note as far as
icing on the cake.
Yeah, like his like him like to be completely fair, like when he was racing Pro 2, like Scott Taylor was doing all the winning, Evan Evans and some of these other guys, and then like we'd show up and he'd be like in and he'd clicked off a bunch of wins in a couple of years and stuff like that, and he was always the guy that was there, but not like the very top elite team, but so like his personal racing career like spanned 35 maybe 40 years or something like that, but that was only like 10-20% of them considering to get him in. It was more of just that lifelong. So next year will be 50 years since he started.
Yeah.
So like the whole time he was there was like involved in behind the scenes, whether it was like being like a class rep or volunteering at tracks and helping. And like mom and dad have always made separate trips back up to Crandon, Antigo and stuff like that. And they've always been real tight with everybody who ran all the tracks and stuff, and then did some race promoting and stuff where I don't know if a lot of people these days will remember when we raced at Oshkosh the last couple of times. He was the promoter there.
Yeah. And
the intention was to do sportsman races there. And that was about when we started more and stuff like that. But, he was also, the Moore board was there. That was like early in those years. Plus he ran that race. Plus, the Pro Series at the time had some kind of event like cancel or like a big scheduling emergency, and they asked to bring the pros to that event, and we didn't really want that, but in order to help that out, he brought them in. So then he had to race plus run the event and stuff like that, and there was a couple different, like, because we raced there with Torque first, I think, and then World Series. But I mean, he was on the podium, I think, almost every single time that he raced there while being the promoter. So like,
that's
I don't know. There's just like a lot of like little stories like that where it kind of all added up, where it was, they only give you so much information to fill out on the forms, and it's just like, it's just full, you put it on like 6-point font and just
keep on punching
just
it.
fill it, so it's definitely a lifelong like diehard, like want to see it all work out,
Yeah, we have a full episode on that one, so we'll put a little tag in the comments there for anybody that wants to catch up with the Dan Vanden Heuvel information. But thinking of Midwest people, who else is kind of on the radar in the Midwest for short course that you think could be an inductee in the future.
Yeah, that's a really good thing to bring up because, with Dad coming this year, he'll be the fifth person from the Midwest, like as far as short course goes. So you have Cliff and Jack and Scott Taylor, Johnny Greaves, and then Dad, right? So, first of all, that's really cool. That's a lot of heavy hitters there. So like we're kind of racing wise, like the smaller, like Dad was always known as the privateer version in the pros for most of his career, at least. So that's really cool alone. But then, to me, it'd really be cool to see Jeff Kincaid. Definitely, I think deserving. And now with Keegan doing so, like Keegan, I think has already punched his ticket to me, but he's going to have to wait several years so he can get a little older and get some gray hairs, hopefully, before they put him in. Like CJ is the same boat, like these guys are way too good, too young, and they might make him wait, a bunch and, whatever. But Keegan does so good that, these younger guys might not know how awesome Jeff was and how dominant Jeff was and stuff. So like, it'd be cool to see him. Non-racers, I definitely think Charlie Schlevy will be there.
We did a short interview with him as well.
Yeah.
You set that one up. That was a cool one.
That was a cool one. Yeah. I watched that whole video like intensely, trying to, he's somebody who I think has everyone's respect, and he's been Midwest, West Coast, and desert and short course, and Mickey Thompson and Pikes Peak, and he's got the resume, right? That's not touchable, anymore. So I think that's a good candidate. And I'm sure there's more, like that goes back to like some of these racetracks behind the scenes people. Like you've got Clifford at Crandon. The story isn't as well known as Bark River of, who was the driving force. There was always the Lions Club. So it's like more of a team effort there versus like everyone knows Cliff at Crandon, and like the Bark River guys aren't quite as outspoken, but they've, built something, to me just as great. So
they consistently get awarded best track by its peers. Yeah.
So, there's more people out there, more people come in. But it's just really good to see representation there because it's definitely a more of a West Coast and desert thing and a lot of industry stuff and sponsors. So, it's just going to be, I'm like really looking forward to it. So it'll be good to get that taken care of so I can chill out a little bit about it. So I've been doing a lot of behind the scenes work, getting ready for that. So looking forward to that one.
I'm looking forward to it. I think we're only 15 days away or so now?
Something like that,
Yeah. It's narrowing down and
pretty darn close to just around 15-ish days.
Perfect.
And I get to go back to Vegas. So
we love it.
Everyone's giving me the big countdown on that. So I haven't been to Las Vegas since 2018. I haven't been to California in like 10 or 12 years. So I'm going to check both of those boxes.
You went to Glen Helen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've been kind of behind, like quietly, like locking myself in the shop for the last 10 or 12 years, like trying to stay out of the spotlight. So
yeah, well, we know the desert doesn't exactly agree with you either.
No.
But yeah, it's going to be a good time. I'm looking forward to it, and it's going to be my first time at the Off-Road Hall of Fame inductee.
Mine too.
Probably, possibly, hopefully not the last, but it might be one of those once in a lifetime deals. But so about the Hall of Fame, do you have any hopes of joining that as well in the future?
No, I'm not. I won't make it. Dad getting in is my getting in. You know what I'm saying? So I'm riding that feeling where, who knows? Maybe I can win the lottery and like buy the series and the sanctioning body and spend all of my money and that'll be my path to get in, I guess. But to me, I'm always more in the critical end of what it takes to get in the Hall of Fame and stuff. So like, I think it should be harder to get in versus easier, you know? But no, I don't see myself getting in, but that's okay. I don't, it's, you know, I wouldn't have thought that. So
Never say never. I don't know.
Yeah.
But,
I can get in the Hall of Midwest pretty good.
is there any type of outlet in the Midwest that's like Crandon's got the barn, but that almost highlights the Hall of Fame? I think.
Up in the rafters?
Yeah.
Those are all Hall of Fame
Yeah.
inductees that are like involved in Crandon. And then it's really cool. Like it's cool to talk about that. To me, it's really cool. Like they have the grandstands named after people who aren't necessarily like Farmer John. Like the fact that he's on there and has his grandstand section, like I really hope people, even like the younger guys who might not know who that was, like I hope they see that kind of stuff, to have Farmer John have a section and to have Dad make the Hall of Fame. Like I hope that they're like, that's our guy, you know, because like that's the feeling that I know for sure. Like that's the feeling Dad had. Like he's trying to be a big pro racer guy and stuff, but he's spending time that he doesn't need to try to bring everybody, you know, up and together and stuff with the sportsman stuff. And like, you know, he definitely was like promoting that when he didn't have to. Like he's in meetings with the pro series talking about sportsman guys and stuff. So
Well, he's a good advocate.
yeah. So I hope most people like can get behind that and be like, that's kind of our representative down there.
Yeah. Congressman.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's what he needs to be. Yeah. God.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So back in your rookie days, what was like one of the reach for the stars goals that you set for yourself?
I mean, I wanted to be a pro, and I didn't give a shit about using, you know, like some of these guys through the years have used this pro racing and stuff as like a launch pad, and then they're going to go do something else. I don't like, if somebody offered me millions of dollars to go race NASCAR, I don't have never any care to do that. I think it's stupid, you know, like I would rather sleep in a trailer or a tent at Crandon and Bark River and stuff and hang out with buggy guys. But like definitely always wanted to be, you know, a pro truck driver and at least have some kind of success there, you know? So, and since I was a little kid, so, I don't really care about desert at all. That didn't interest me at all. You know, I like our stuff and, nothing else really did it for me. I don't really watch any other kind of racing.
Yeah. You mentioned buggies, and that's pretty much where you got your start at.
Yep.
What is the most memorable buggy moment you have in your brain?
Buggy moment. I have a lot of not memorable ones that I can't remember because I crashed. Memorable buggy moment. I don't remember. I think my first win was at Bark River. It was at Bark River. I won. I like substitute drove for John Heuven. That's a good name for me to bring up on here. Yeah. Guy who helped me get my start, and then I raced light buggy, and then he built a single buggy with some other friends of ours. So they're part of like our Appleton group of buggy people and stuff. And I was doing pretty good in light buggy, and then he asked me to drive his single buggy. And I don't know if that was the first time I drove it or not, but I ended up sweeping the weekend in Bark River in both classes. So I won both in my light buggy and both in his single buggy, and the car was just a complete hunk of junk. And everybody was like pissed off that I won that and stuff, because it like is not a, you know, it was just a cool. I don't need to shit talk the car, but like it was a cool moment that happened, and like the the local newspaper came and interviewed me about it and stuff, and I was just like, who reads the newspaper, But it was just funny.
Back then, not everybody read the newspaper.
I didn't read it, but
so it's kind of like the unexpected vehicle, unexpected driver.
Yeah,
took the sweep
for sure. So like that was, I got to rack up some wins at Park River in the buggy days there, and me and Matt for sure, Matt Gerald. Racing the buggies, it was once we kind of got together and started figuring stuff out, it was one of the two of us winning most of them and stuff. So the old Bark River days, and there was a lot of good guys in light buggy back then too. So every race was like a huge battle. There's 8 or 10 guys that could win. So those are probably my favorite memories from racing altogether was back in those days.
So was the buggy class bigger or just as big as it is today?
Light buggy kind of has been slowly kind of getting a little smaller, I guess. But we would have, there's definitely the World Series days, we had really awesome payout. So we had 30 to 35 cars every single race in light buggy. And then
that's a real pack of bees right there.
Yeah. And I don't remember, every race was inverted by points, and we inverted either 12 or 16. Oh. And we didn't whine about it.
Because it's only 10 now or half.
Well, I don't know what the system is now anymore, but it seems like it changes every year because nobody ever wants to pass anybody anymore. They just want to start on the front row. And so we just, whatever it was, we just started passing people, you just have to go win the race, no matter where you start. So I don't know, it wasn't that big of a deal for us then, I guess. But, and there was no competition cautions, so to start 12th and there was 10 guys who could win the race, and then you end up winning the race in the end. That was a really, really big achievement. And we got light buggy was $900 for a win. And I got some good contingency and stuff. So I made some pretty good money, and
I'm not even gonna do the inflation math on that, but I think that's better pay than today.
Yeah, I don't know, it's
think about car count too.
Yeah,
that drove a lot.
It changed through the years where now the payouts are all based off of your car count. So, but then it was just a set thing. But this might be the statement of the night, I guess, while I'm here, but I made more money. The most money I ever won in a season was racing light buggy. So I don't know if I probably had a couple more weekends in that season, to be fair. Is that fair? Or is that just stupid? But yeah, I think the most money in a year I won was definitely racing light buggy over Pro 2.
I don't think that's all that unique though, because I definitely have heard that pretty recently too, where you probably could profit more in some of those classes than some of the pros.
But in your Pro 2 championship, how many podiums did you have? Do you remember?
No.
I believe it was quite a bit. You swept ERX. You had Bark River dialed in pretty good. I believe there was 2 podiums there, and I can't remember the rest, but there's quite a bit of podiums. So
yeah.
That's saying something.
Well, yeah. And the contingency was a lot better back in the day and stuff, where that helped a lot. But that was when I was 22 or something, young 20s then and stuff. So then, I thought I was kicking ass. And then when tax time came around, I got to learn really hard, what a deduction was. And, so that was kind of a brutal.
Turns out kegs are not a business deduction.
Yeah. And I was into some light buggy shit back in the day. So
light buggy shit.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah. I was light buggy shit. Mm-hmm.
You might have created light buggy shit.
I did not. I know no, but I was in it. I was all about it.
Who do you think is the grandfather of light buggy shit?
I think the light, some of the sportsman classes just seem to attract a certain type of racer, and light buggy was always was there, and they used to have the grassroots classes. So like back when like Formula 4x4s and classics were in there and stuff, like it seemed to attract a certain type of racer, you know. So I was all about it.
Oh yeah, the good old days.
Mm-hmm. But I was racing, you know, go race light buggy, and you'd be like first or second race, go win that race or not, or whatever happened, park it. And then I'd go over and work on Dad's Pro 2 for the day. And then, you know, whatever happened. And you pretty much just mothball the car. And then Matt would normally be the one who did any amount of work on my car in between, whether it was at the shop or at the track or whatever. And I would just kind of show up the next day and race it again, you know.
Yeah. I do remember that being part of your best man speech at his wedding. That pretty much that same exact sentence right there.
It's true.
Yep.
So in your buggy days, you were a pretty confident racer. I think at one point you might have even placed a bounty on your own lap time, stating if someone beat it that you would pay them your number plate in dollar bills. Did you ever have to pay that up?
No, that was no, I didn't. But that was Sporty 2.
Oh, it's 42.
That I did that.
Okay.
And I was super. I mean, I was a cocky little shit back then and stuff. And I probably now it's still, but they juiced me up because at Crandon I don't know if they do that anymore, but they have the programs, and they put in there all the pro truck lap record holders. So it was like Johnny Grease, whoever in Pro, maybe Taylor in Pro 2 and probably Kincaid in Pro Light or something like that. But then they put me in Super Truck, and that was all. It was just the 4. So I was just like, oh yeah, that's getting me fired up. So I had to do that. But no, I don't think. But I mean, now I'm sure it's the same engine package now, so I'm sure they're much faster now. The track itself is slowed down a bunch, but yeah, I mean, they'd kick my ass now. Especially, I mean, in what I was racing sports and with that, like, for sure.
So you've done other challenges. One of them being the buggy challenge.
Yeah.
What was it? 1600 buggy, and light buggies would enter into that race. And what was give me the configuration on that? What was the
whole, the whole deal was, I'm always the guy, like, I felt like I was racing Pro 2, and I don't know, that might have been Lucas Oil year or something like that, but like I felt like they were picking on light buggy a little bit because they started racing, the schedule started getting kind of full, and they started kind of putting some of the schedule, like they would have like 3 races Friday night. So I think they had like short course kart and like light buggy like Friday night, and then they'd have them in their normal spot. Like, so light buggy would race like Friday night, and then they'd race Saturday morning, and then they were done for the whole weekend. But then they'd also like not have live stream for the Friday races and stuff. So I thought they were like totally picking on my guys, you know? So then, I don't know. I don't know if I even talked to anybody. I think I just posted it, and I'm just like, well, I'm just going to put up like some amount of money, $100 or something like that. And I'm like, the light buggy is completely 100% legal to race in single buggy at any point. And the only difference is I think the minimum weight's like 40 pounds more or something like that or whatever. So minus that, you can just race a light buggy in single buggy at any point. If anybody wants to try that out and get some track time. I think people do that now still, but
Evan did it a couple times this season.
Okay. Yeah.
I've
So
seen Tizzle do it a bunch.
people have done that, but I was just like, well, at least I just want these guys to like get a chance to be part of the show. And I'm like, here's what it is, and they like blew up into this. It is like totally went out of control. And they ended up getting like actually like pretty good money for that deal. And I had like sponsors like contact me on like my Facebook page or something like that. And we ended up having like a few $1,000s for the light buggies, and then they were way more than the single buggy payout was. And then the single buggy guys were all crying because the light buggy guys caught them and passed them and beat them in their own race. And I was like, I'd probably quit racing if that happened to me, But then we did it a couple times, I think. But I don't know. I was just trying to back up my guys, and I, nothing against the single buggy guys, but that was just the opportunity that they had to race again, so it was just more of, I always try to be positive, like more positive that way versus negative against the series or whatever. It's like, what can you do to help, so that was my answer for that.
Well, in a way, that's more entries. That should be more payout for them anyway.
It boosted their entry fee went into whoever finished, best. So like whoever like Fitz probably won that race, so you got way more payout money than he would have because they had to pay the normal payout.
Any plans for a future one?
I mean, we could probably get one started
I think we probably should.
If people watch this and talk about it, what I've found is if somebody, it just takes one person sometimes to come out of the gate and like kind of throw down the gauntlet or do something, and then people will back them up, so like, I guess part of me was trying to promote that, where it's like, that's how easy it is and it's really crazy. Like with our sport, I had random fans like walking by and say like, hey, here's some money. Will you put it towards that? And I had to like coordinate all that.
Yeah. You had to keep on.
Yeah.
This one's for beer. This one's not. This one's.
Well, when it's light buggy guys, it's all for beer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Except now they got a bunch of teenagers in it nowadays and stuff too. But I don't know. I mean, it would be really cool to do. It's not, it just took a little effort, and it grew into this big thing. So I don't, the single buggy class now, no light buggy is going to go out there and hang with any, like that class is really good now. So I don't think they would. Maybe I'll ask the guys at the shop, but I know what they would say. So, but I don't know. And Connor, Taylor, and Colin are all out of light buggy now. So if anybody's excuse was that those guys are too dominant, then they can bring their shit back out again because they're all gone. So light buggy should be wide open again. And even Stingle won this year, eight time, good old 8 time.
He's trying to catch up to CJ. Just different class.
Yeah.
So, all right. So if we did this challenge thing, would it be Crandon or like a Burke River, bring some attention to a different event? Or do you think...
that was, I mean, I don't know. We'd have to wait for the schedule to come out. And that was just an opportunity because of the way they did the schedule. And I didn't think it was right. So, I mean, we'll all have to talk.
All right. Well, we're going to be together when the schedule comes out. So
okay,
we'll figure it out, and let's...
Where are we going to be?
We're going to be in Vegas.
Oh.
It comes out on the 1st.
Okay.
Or at least that's what they posted. So mark your calendars.
But they won't have okay, cool. Let's do that.
Yeah. They won't have they'll have the dates
Yeah.
and the locations, but.
So contact this guy at this website. You can pop it up.
Yep. All right. Well.
Yeah. And then I'll get all the credit.
So,
and you do all the work.
Flying Dutchman.
Yeah.
Dirt Sociable does all the work. Sounds good.
So, should we do a cup style? And if so, what? Like, obviously depends on the track, but
the biggest
setting the gap.
The biggest thing is with the full. Like, it's very unlikely that you're going to have its own race. So, like, that's why we just piggybacked and just went into the real single buggy race with the schedule, like how full they have it now. So like if you were to contact the series, maybe they would, they still got to like have some kind of integrity for the race that's supposed to happen there.
Yeah.
And if you let them know we're also doing this thing, like the way the other one happened is I was like, I don't want to affect their race at all. So they like started them behind even farther back in a group of light buggies and stuff.
I think it was like 5 cars back.
Yeah, I don't.
It was,
and they still caught a bunch of them.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh shit, like.
So
and I told the guys like, guys, do not crash, like, don't make me look bad, And then the twins crashed each other.
Yeah.
So that was probably best case, But I think Tiswell was the guy who I
think he
was
did.
the first light buggy.
Yeah.
So that was cool too.
If you had to bench race, say it's its own race, it's its own configuration, a cup style like David was saying, between light buggy and 1600 buggy, what kind of gap do you think you would have to put?
At Crandon, say you got to
Yeah,
pick a track.
say it at Crandon, yeah.
I'm not really sure what the gap is, like how much. I mean, normally the single buggies have always been like 2 to 3 seconds on average faster, you know, so I don't know. You'd have to like do all the math and like have all these meetings and then figure out how many cars are in it and then screw up the gap by like 20 seconds in the end anyway.
That's what they do anyways, right?
Yeah, it's just,
So we'd be better off just throwing out a number and saying 3 seconds.
3 seconds.
Well, I don't think they need much. We've already said that Tizzle was up there, I think, top 10.
well,
You would need a bigger gap.
the overall quality of the single buggy class is really, really good right now. It's it's about the best it's ever been, like pretty close, you know.
True,
So
considering
so
class
like
quality.
you know, there was always really good top contenders, but now like there's like 8 guys that could win a race probably. So you know, and now light buggy is more of, it's somewhat wide open now. You know, like where Stingle's always there and Hawkers is good. And then like Jorgensen got his first win, and, you know, a couple guys got their first win. The guy who's got my old car,
Oh yeah,
Dylan.
I think I heard
Yeah.
that on the announcements like 10 times. Mikey Vanden Heuvel built this in his high school.
I know. I had to talk to Shane. I talked to Shane and Brent. I'm like, you guys are talking about me more than you're talking to about some of the class. So like, I don't want that to happen, but
It just happens.
it just happens.
Yeah.
But I know like it's hard being them because it gets pretty repetitive. So and sometimes they gotta be the entertainment if the race gets boring and stuff. So they just got to continue talking, you know. So I couldn't do that.
They got a tough job. I mean,
Yeah, they do.
Just experiencing what we went through. I mean, we use a bunch of questions that we use throughout, and I couldn't imagine trying to call all the same races. But one race that we did see that was different this year, I think David was a big fan of it.
Oh, yeah. The stock truck versus super stock truck race at Dirt City. So obviously they had a cup style race.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that, kind of getting the sportsman into more of a cup style at a track that isn't a Crandon or?
Yeah. Was that at the Champ event?
Yeah.
It was?
Yeah.
Because I didn't catch that one. I remember that happening. I didn't catch it. But, I mean...
They started super stock like pretty much on the entry to Hellhole.
I guess... I don't know. I'll just say I'm for anything that gets our sportsman classes more track time in any weekend, in any way possible, because it's just so packed and like so restrictive now and stuff where, you know, it once it got cut, it's like you don't really feel like you're getting your money's worth, you know, and it was, you know, it's just a lot of effort that every team has to go through to even get there. And then, you know, sometimes you get the short end with your race time, especially if there's cautions and whatever else happens. So I don't know, anything that gets them out on the track more, like, yeah, go for it. As long as they have the car counts.
Yeah.
Ideally, do you think it would be like a Friday night race?
Sure.
Any night.
Whatever day. Yeah.
Whatever day?
Yeah.
All right. Before we take a little refill break here, we got our first top 5 question.
All right.
This one might catch you off guard. I
Oh,
don't think
shit.
you have a list for this one. Top 5 greatest beam and air-cooled buggy driver.
Wait, okay, so beam and air-cooled could be any light buggy and any single buggy.
That's what I was trying to narrow it down to, yes. I know there's some beam super buggies as well, but that's why I put air-cooled in there.
Well, because
Oh, that one was air-cooled as well, wasn't it?
do you guys know what class 9 and 10 is?
So the classes, I lose track of the classes really easy. So no, I don't.
In the 80s and 90s, there was, don't ask me why this is. I don't know what this is. Class 1 and 2, they raced class 1 and class 2 together, and somehow they're 2 separate classes that ran together, and I don't know the distinction, but it was 1 and 2, and then a separate race was class 9 and 10. And then I think sometimes they just ran them all together maybe. But one of them was air-cooled Volkswagen, like old school, like it was a Beam, old school, old beginning of what a super buggy was.
Okay.
Air-cooled motor. So should I skip? Should I skip them?
Honestly, you could put that in it, and technically that falls under class 11 as well, right?
Well, like class 11 bugs.
Wouldn't that be air cooled?
Well, class 11 bug would fall
cooled.
under that, and then the old class 5 1600. Remember the Beetle body?
Sounds like I'm giving you a pretty long leash.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be easier.
But you can keep it to if I think it might be easier to keep it to light buggy and 16.
I put some effort into thinking about 1600 buggy and light buggy both.
Do you want to split them up?
So I could split them because I've got about 40 names for each class. That
Let's split it up here.
But because you guys did the interview with Tizzle,
Yeah.
was 1600 buggy, and I thought that was really cool, and it would be really cool to me to see like Steiny's still around and stuff, and like just get his thoughts on some of this, because some of these guys, it gets foggy for me in the early 90s, and then some of these guys have stories that go back into the 70s or like late 70s and 80s and stuff, so I don't have any knowledge from the 80s. But should I say this in a way where do you want me to just say my top 5, or do you want like this whole story?
Both, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But single buggy top 5 is the top 3. Like you have 3 people to choose from for the top 3 in 1600 buggy, and it's actually pretty hard for me because like you really like it's starting to get long enough ago that it's hard to like some of these guys were all dominant at different points, and then they raced together, and then they were apart and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
my 1600 buggy number 1 is Steiny, I think. Sorry, Fitz. But I think it has to be Steiny just because is from all the sportsman classes, like he was always like dominant.
Yeah.
Like of every class, and a lot of people had repeat winners like through the years, but he was always like dominant. And Fitz kind of came in, was like the young guy who kind of like caught him and like tried to upseat him and stuff like that. So, but like to me, I think it's Steiny and then Fitz, and Fitz should get a lot of credit because when Core started and we went out west, and then there became Core and then World Series, he raced both. And then when they did Lucas Oil and then World Series and then Torque, like he raced both some of the time and stuff like that. So like, and he got to travel with like a pro team. So he was on Chris Brandt's team. So like he had some help traveling and stuff, but he went out the first time we raced Core and he freaking dominated everybody, and he like completely wiped the floor with everybody. And that was like super cool. And there was a lot of attention there. And then he won a bunch of championships, and I don't know what the stats are for any of these guys. I would definitely like Steiny. I think probably has the most world championships of anybody combined.
Okay.
So like he's got to have 16, 18 world championship rings,
Yeah.
So that's insane to me. So then I would put Fitz there, and it's really weird because I don't like that puts Seafelt third, but that doesn't really seem right because Seafelt was awesome back before Fitz came around. Even when Steiny was awesome, it was always Steiny versus Seafelt. And then now Steiny's in Super Buggy, and Seafelt freaking came back, and he's still awesome now.
Yeah,
so he's like I don't know, like it's like he could easily be number 1. So he's like making a really good case for that. I think he just won 2 championships in a row. Possibly. I think.
Possibly.
I think he
I
did.
can't confirm that, but
And then him and Fitz were teammates and stuff, and with Fraley, and so I don't know. It feels really weird to say Seafeld in third, but it's just those 3 guys. Like I don't know. It's like that was the hardest class for me.
yeah.
Was single buggy, but then 4, like some of this stuff gets kind of old, so the memories a little fade and stuff. But for me, 4, I would say Dan Badeau. And he was probably the best buggy racer ever, I think.
Yeah.
It probably would be between him and Steiny for like best buggy guy ever. And then there's a bunch of people that should have honorable mentions and stuff because it could just be a toss up for any of these guys. So like my fifth, I put Jason Crowder. And does anybody know that name?
I've heard the name bounce
okay.
around just because I hang out with you, but I don't
So,
think I've ever seen him race.
Jason, they were from Florida. They were the alligator team and stuff. So like, but I think he won 2 championships in a row back in like the late 90s or mid 90s. I don't know. But I remember him like being dominant for like a time, but like there's a bunch of guys that were like really good for like a time, and I'm not sure how much time.
Yeah.
So the stats are weird, but Todd Adig was definitely like probably was like should be in there. Steve Federico, I think people forget about now, but he won at least a couple.
He went on to trucks.
He
Too,
was a pro light guy for a long time after that, but he started in this class. This is the class Johnny Greaves started in, right? Scott Taylor was in, but I don't think those guys really stuck around enough to make the list. I don't even know how. Obviously they had been good, but I don't know how long they were even there. So
yeah. Even when I contacted Johnny for stats, he was like, "The buggy days are pretty fuzzy."
Yeah. And if they are for him, then I don't feel bad. So, and then the other names I was going to mention is your local Dirt City staging guy, Mark Krieger. He was a really good 1600 buggy for a period that I'm not sure when. But there's Greg Smith is another name that most people won't remember. That I remember, like we hung out with him with Dad's Pit back in like 1994.
Okay.
And like we hung out with him, and he like crushed everybody.
Is he related to the announcer Brent?
No, I think he was from Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
It's a pretty common last name.
It is. I just figured I'd throw it out there.
Yeah, just any Smith. And then I mean, there's just so many guys that have won championship or whatever. Like I'll throw out Brad Erickson as a name who's like an underdog guy that I know he beat Steiny at least 1 year or maybe 2 years, and he was always there. But I always got along with him good. And Parsons won, I think, and so Fraley, Bryce Menzies started in 1600 buggy.
I think Fraley, what kind of speaks volume with him is the vehicles, because he was providing the vehicle for Fitz for many years.
Yeah, right? Fitz and Seafelt.
Yeah,
with everything they've done the last 5 or 6 years or whatever.
And now he's back in the car, if I remember.
Yeah,
right.
he raced Crandon, and then he built the
and Burke River, I think too.
Trailstead's cars.
Okay.
And then he built Bryce Menzies' first short course vehicle, because we pitted like.
And that was the buggy.
Yeah, and that was 1600. Then like they showed up.
I've seen that.
And we pitted next to them, and then we met Bryce and Steve, and it's just a dad and a son, and they're like, yeah, we bought this thing from this guy named Bruce. And we're like, oh, cool. And then we started hanging out with Menzies then. And I think Bryce like showed up and won the first race he was ever in or something like that, or like first or second maybe. And we were like, holy shit.
That's how it always goes for those guys, it seems like.
Yeah. And then, because he was talking to my dad like, oh man, you got a pretty big team. That was when Dad was like on the AMSOIL setup and stuff. He's like, you got a pretty good setup here. He's like, you think I should get one? And my dad's like, yeah, whatever you say, pal, And then the next year he showed up with like 3 semis. It was awesome. Yeah, those were crazy times.
I think with your list, what is really not shocking to me, but is kind of cool, is that your top 3 are current. I mean, Fitz isn't currently driving, but within the last 2 years, I think he converted to UTVs.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool that, the top 3 guys are actually like in my decade era.
He's not that old, gee.
No, but the time that I've been watching, like
fair.
Like we always compare, like, especially with when me and Mikey talk legends, it's like I kind of focus on the people that I remember because I watched them, and it's like a blink of what what you recall.
Yeah.
So it's always hard to compare, but it's cool to see that, if I had to make a list, that would probably be pretty close to it.
Yeah, you know who these people are.
Yeah.
Once I dig a little deeper in the list.
Well, once you're down to 10, 5, 15, I'm like, who, what?
Top 40.
Yeah. Should I do light buggy?
Yep.
Yeah, light buggy.
There's a lot of different ways to go about light buggy. Because of the longevity of one guy especially.
Yeah, one guy just will not leave that class.
Yeah. And if you take
vehicle color orange by chance?
it's an orange car. So if you take his, if you were to it depends on however people want to look at it. But if you break down, I think Greg's first championship, if I remember right, was his 18th year in the class.
Oh.
And then he won 6 or 7 in a row.
That's surprising to hear that it was that seems like a long time.
I think that's the real number. You could ask him.
How dominant I know him as always winning, being dominant in the class. So for him to get his first win probably that far in is pretty shocking.
Yeah, he is a late bloomer.
For sure. So when he started, is this maybe like a class or a track configuration type situation? Because when he was started, was it more the woods running long version? Okay.
No, we just actually had this conversation with Greg at the bar last week, but he started in 1992.
92, okay.
And then we were somewhat teamed up with him at the time with Dad. Dad was racing class 13. They had the same, Greg was team driver with a different guy. And I don't really remember the connection, but they had the same sticker on the door, so we parked next to each other, so that's how far back I go with Greg. So I was probably 8, something like that.
I see him from time to time at the shop and always hanging out and stuff like that too.
And I mean, I would have never, personally, I would have never even, I definitely would have raced, I'm sure, but me getting started was Greg and John Heuven trying to control me to build, I want to build this car, but I need their help. So, Greg's a few miles down the road. So it was Greg and John and me building my first ever car. And Greg did that. Greg and Heuven did that for a bunch of guys, they help people get in, into the class and stuff like that. So, so I would put Greg at number 1.
Okay.
I think there's probably some bias here, but I definitely think it's fair to put Colin at number 2 and then Connor at number 3. And I know those guys are both really recent and they're my guys and stuff, but they came in and made such a huge impact so fast and stuff and just became pretty dominant. And I think everyone's happy that they're gone. Finally now, but Connor might have stuck around a year too long or whatever, but Greg beat him. So, that's, it's always good to beat the guy who won. Right. So that's cool. So those are my top 3. And then,
so do you think if he would have continued the red plate this year for light buggy, that he would have said, all right, one more year? Cause that was kind of the mantra, was that he had the red plate and he kind of was all right, let's run this plate out. That was my understanding.
Yeah. So you think if he would have won again, he would have raced again?
Do you think he would have said, no, I can't let it go unrun? Okay.
No, I mean, we put some pressure on Connor to call it a day.
Okay.
Last year because he wanted his brother always kind of eked him out. Colin would win by 1 point, a couple of the years. And I think Connor won more world championships and Colin would win the points every year. And then Colin was done. And then Connor's I just need a championship, and then he did that. And he's well, now I want to run it. Now I want to run it with the red plate. And we're okay, come on, man. But, he just told me he racked up 50 wins already.
Oh, wow.
Which is definitely more career wins than I have total. So,
yeah.
So that's kind of shows that. So I think everyone's glad to see him
Juggling.
go and just stay in the single buggy.
Yeah.
A couple more light buggies. Should I just keep on with the list here?
Yeah, keep on going.
So a couple more light buggy guys. It gets fuzzy back here, but I'm more just mentioning these names so they get some credit. So like I have 4 is Dan Badeau, and that's another thing where I don't know like how much he really raced. I know he was definitely the man. Like he was the man in light buggy for a while. Like so, probably more so in light buggy than single buggy if I remember right. But and then I guess I'm going to say Josh Hintz for 5. Him and Ben O'Connell were like pretty dominant, I guess, for a little while. And then when you go way back in maybe even before Greg started light buggy, you had the Oberg brothers. That was the first like brothers that crushed light buggy before Connor and Colin. There was Mike and Mark Oberg. Like they were really good. And then in that era, Glenn Matthews was there. And I know like he was really good. I've heard a bunch of stories. I don't know, like I've got some old videotapes where he's on there and stuff, but like he was really good. And then Kurt Gerald was there. And then Matt was really good. Like when him and I raced, it was me or him, like pretty much every race. And then when I was done, it was Matt or Greg, like pretty much every race.
So where do you stack yourself on that list?
I mean, I was more of I wasn't really in there. I was in there a few years, but I was, it took me a few years to figure it out, and I crashed a lot and I ran people off the track a lot and stuff. And I was like really hyper aggressive and stuff. So like, it took me a while to like reel it in a little bit. And then I kind of started winning, and then the next year just like won a lot and then won. And then I'm like, I should probably be out of here. And cause I had the ability to figure out a way to race something else, and a lot of the sportsman guys don't really necessarily have that. So like, I think I understand that, where I'm like, every time I've won something, I've moved on, so just because I have a way to figure out something to get into something else, and not everybody has that advantage, so that's kind of, that was my thing. I didn't want to just stay there and rack up wins.
Yeah. We kind of got that. That reminds me of our first interview we had with Mickey. And he was like, oh, I won the Pro 2. Time to move on to Pro 4. And then, even that, I don't know if after Pro 4, if he gets the championship, if he tries to get another one, he feels like he has that same mindset. But that reminded me of that when you said that.
How many Pro 2 guys recently have won and then left?
One and left.
Almost everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big leap to go into Pro 4.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
most people wouldn't even attempt it.
Does that wrap the list up? Or?
Yeah, that's my buggy list.
Because I see a book over there.
Well, these are, I just want to, so once the pressure's on and I'm like naming people off, I feel guilty if I have a really good guy and I don't say their name.
Yeah.
So I don't want to have regret. So I'm like, okay.
All right.
So, I got to, especially these older, guys who race, like they really get a kick out of that when you still talk about them and stuff. So
absolutely. And bring up names that, our generation isn't always hearing. So that's great to hear. So, all right, we're going to take a little commercial break and we'll come back and talk about truck racing.
Okay.
All right. So we talked about buggies for a while. Let's get into some of the truck talk. When did you start racing trucks?
2010 was, what series was that? Torque. They still had Super Truck / Sporty 2, a lot of people call it. And Dad had 2 Pro 2s at the time, so like we took like the backup truck, raced that, and then won the first race that I ever entered in that, which was at Anago, and then kind of never really looked back. won. Everybody hated me in that class, and then which is fine, I guess, But I think I won. Like, I don't know. I won 75% of the races that year, and then won that championship. And then the next year, Dad retired, and then went Pro 2 the year after that.
Makes sense. I'm just trying to like gauge that in time frame. Was that when they combined them together, like the sportsman trucks, or was that like when they combined and ran at Dirt City? That was probably at least 5 to 7 years after that. And like Mark Peterson was in.
Oh, when they had like the standalone like just the Dirt City sportsman race, not the non-points race.
But didn't like the series combine them for a little bit too?
So that was the year they switched to the current motor package, which okay, let's do a long version of this. So the sportsman truck rule package was these 410 motors with the spec heads. That was like the sportsman rule package for a long time. And the Pro 2 was basically the Pro 4 motor. It was like the open Pro 4, and then we just had the cubic inch rule versus the weight and stuff like that. So, and Pro 2 became like pretty stagnant for a while, especially out here. I'm trying to really remember.
Just to pick up, you said cubic inch per weight rule.
Sorry.
So just to explain that to the general fan.
That might have been a little technical, but you could have there was still a cubic inch limit, but it was more of a
motor size.
If you had a 400 cubic inch engine, you have to weigh 4,000 pounds. If you're a 410, you have to weigh 4,100. And there was like slightly different formulas and stuff, but that was like the basic math, So like we had a couple engines that were 430 cubic inches with like not like unrestricted heads, not like they have now. So like it was, like back then it was like a NASCAR style head, that flowed a lot and stuff. So we had like a 430, and it made 900 horsepower, and then you have to weigh 4,300 pounds. And that's what the rule was forever and ever. Like it was just cubic inch based weight. And then, back then they had project tires, and it was a totally different deal. Like, there aren't many people left that have raced an open motor Pro 2 anymore. Completely different animal, completely out of control, like unbelievable, like power and, like traction was everything back then. Now the trucks are so much more drivable. It's made the racing way better, and the costs aren't, as soon as you turn the Pro trucks loose on a rule, like the cost isn't, the motors cost more now than they did then.
Yeah.
But for like a year or two there, it was less, so, it is what it is, but they're just way more drivable now. So like back then, like Ryan Beat drove Pro 2 with an open motor, CJ Keegan, and I think everybody else that I can think of is out of the class now.
So back in the day, there was more power, more rear tire width, but we're still running faster lap times today with less power and just better engineered suspension.
The lap times are close, but the tracks, I guess I'd have to go look at Bark River, but like Crandon is different. The track itself at Crandon is way slower.
Okay.
So like a couple of bigger jumps and different things here or there and stuff. Like the track at Crandon is the number one variable that determines what the lap times are each year, so like that kind of skews things a little bit, but the drivability of the trucks now are so much easier to drive. I would have said before in the old days with the big motors, I would have definitely said the Pro 2 is the hardest vehicle to drive out of anything over a Pro 4. I never drove a Pro 4, but it was just so much power and so much to hook up and stuff, And now it's just way better for someone, for all of these guys to jump into and race.
Yeah.
And then the project tires too, it wasn't as bad with a project tire where it's engineered to hook up. But then once we went to the DOTs, it made it that much worse, So then the current program, I don't even know how we started talking about this, but the current tire deal, the DOTs with the package is a really good deal. It's like a really good, where a lot of different companies are involved and stuff, but
marketable. It's in the end, it helps drivers and series.
Yeah, it was definitely probably, the two best rules that Pro 2 ever saw was the standardized chassis for one, which started in 2004 until now, and then the engine rule and the DOT rule. I guess those are 3 rules. I guess, but now at least there's some consistency, and everybody seems to kind of have everything.
Yeah. So kind of speaking on that, where you said it was like a spec chassis, standardized chassis. When you started, was that a chassis that was built in-house by you guys, or was that something that was secondhand and you guys modified, or what was the deal with the first one?
So the truck that I started with, when Dad went to the standardized chassis, he built that at Greaves' shop. So Johnny and Kurt and Brad were all there, and then Dad was there like every day, and they built that Pro 2, and then a few years later, then we built our own Pro 2 in-house. So then Dad got the new truck, and I got the Greaves truck, I guess.
Yeah.
So that's what I started in. And that old Greaves truck, I think Jay Schaefer raced that truck like 2 years ago, and I don't know if he still has it, but I think that's the last I knew where that truck ended up at. And then the truck that we built is still sitting in Kleiman's shop.
Yeah, I do recall when I was doing research for your dad's interview that Kurt and the old Greaves shop was the one that was involved with that first build, with him being there, like you said, pretty much every single day.
Yep.
Yeah.
So going from buggy to the truck, and then, in that time period, considering the competition, how was the learning curve?
Steep. Buggy to sportsman truck was a lot, but I feel like I was ready for that. But then going from, say a 650 to 700 horsepower truck to a 900 horsepower truck is completely different. And I was completely over my head. So everyone said, like, from in 2 seasons, I went from 50 horsepower light buggy to 900 horsepower Pro 2, completely not ready for it at all. Had like no test time. They just threw me out there. I won the sportsman truck stuff, but the difference of that amount of power, I'd have been way smarter, like way better off just leaving it restricted and going. And like some people told me that, but I was like, that's bullshit, because first of all, I didn't know, I was going in thinking that was my only chance I'd ever get to race it. So I didn't want to go out there and half-ass it and go drive around slow and last place or whatever.
You wanted the full full experience.
Yeah, I got the full experience. So but I got thrown in there, and Rob McCachran's in the class, and I think me and Bryce started the same year. And Scott Taylor's I'm racing against Scott Taylor, which is wild, and just completely in over my head, and just had a lot of bad, more bad moments than good probably, and crashed a lot and broke a lot of shit. But then it took, and then it kind of spiraled, like where I would go, never test, never get any seat time. You'd have to fix a truck, and then you'd show up and try to keep up with these guys, which was the worst thing I could have tried to do. But I could keep up with them for like 2 laps, and then I'd make a huge mistake because I'm just driving over my head, So but that was the goal, and I'm like, this is my only chance. I'm gonna try to run with these guys, and you just, and like had some moments and stuff and maybe some highlights, and it just always ends poorly and stuff. And then, so I kind of just struggled like that for years and kind of sucked for several years that way. And just kind of toughed it out and like really determined to like make it happen. And every year, like, is just, you just mark Crandon on the calendar, or you get home and you just work as hard as you can the rest of the year to try to make it back to that weekend, and then suck again, and then do it, and I was kind of doing that for years until we finally switched and decided. That was when we raced ERX and finally started to, I'm getting my ass. I don't have the equipment to race Crandon and compete with these guys. So we raced ERX, and then it all changed,
Yeah. Yeah. And I know you guys put a lot of time into ERX to make that all happen and make sure that everything was dialed in. And our question, you literally answered our question that was next in a sort of way, but there's a 2-part to it here. So when you're sitting on the line at Crandon and you have Rob Mack, Scott Taylor, Bryce Menzies, Chad Horde, Jeff Kincaid, Marty Hart lined up next to you, what's going through your mind? And you kind of went through that already, but how do you compare that to lining up against Greg Stengel? Jeff, I'm going to kick myself in my butt if I mess up this last name, but Virginal?
Jeff Vernig.
Vernig, yeah. Chad DeWall and Todd Lemke?
I mean, the light buggy guys, the light buggy gang, it was for fun. And I've always felt like I got along with everybody. I normally didn't have problems with almost anybody I've ever raced with. And I'm competitive, but I'm not like the guy who is, I'm always friendly to everybody that I race against. So like, there's no comparison, like for light buggy, it's for fun. Right. Pro 2, I've never really been nervous a lot. You're sitting there and you're ready and whatever. And it's, I've never had jitters or whatever, but, you just kind of like, the biggest thing I learned when I first started in Pro 2, I don't think it's as bad now, is my first land rush start at Crandon in the Pro 2. You're sitting there and then he slides the board, Faye slides the board to yellow. If people don't know, you're sitting there and there's, at the flag stand, there's that board, he slides to yellow, and then at any point then he's going to go green. So like you're revved up and stuff. So when he slides it over, all the Pro 2 guys start doing like this burnout and start going like really slow. And I'm sitting there like, and I'm next to Taylor or McCachran or something like that. I'm just like, where's he going? Like what the fuck's going on here? And then all of a sudden everybody goes, and I was like, holy crap. And like everybody was past me by the time he threw the flag, and I was dead last. And that happened like several times before I'm like, okay, I guess we're all doing it. Like, I guess this is what we do. And it's like, there's a lot of stuff that's, to this day, people will do in the pro classes to try to get away with or whatever, that the sportsman guys just, you don't see it, and it's just, I was like, I thought you couldn't move, and it's better now than it was then, but
they must have had a really bad starting rock.
yeah.
Couldn't find the right one.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it was just crazy to line up against some of those guys that I was fans with, and you're just lucky to have some of those stories to tell, to say that I was alongside of them at a couple of times, like, at my best, I'm alongside of them,
Do you think being a fan of any one of those guys affected the way you raced them?
Nah. I don't know. I don't really think so. Possibly, that was already a while ago. So I mean,
that was a little bit of a delay. I'm gonna go with possibly.
Possible. I don't know. I was always like, you're just driving as hard as you can to get to the next person, right? So it's, whoever, and then some. I mean, there's definitely moments where you're like, holy shit, like this this guy, or I just passed that guy or whatever. But most of the time it's like, holy shit, that guy just blew my doors off, so, and then it's just an opportunity to learn, when you know that you're against somebody who's really good, like you're better off, like trying to hang with them and at least stay in vision of them and learn versus trying to go up there and just land a door on them right away,
Yeah.
And you'll get a lot more respect right away too.
Yeah.
If you like stay off of them.
Yeah. I think that I can, when I was racing UTVs and CJ first got into it, like if I got a lucky invert and then my spotter would be like, hey, CJ's coming, 2 behind you, I'd give him a little more leeway because I know he could be in a lawnmower. He's probably going to blow my doors off.
There was now that you mentioned that, it just sparked this memory where there was a race that we went to. I think we had to have the truck in SEMA or something like that. So we caught like this last Lucas race. So I think that may have actually been my first Pro 2 race or something. But like McCachran, I think, was the points leader, and I was running in front of him. And then, you can, like, the spotter's telling you, and we're like conscious of, who's in the points lead and whatever. And like, so like we know who it is and stuff. And then once I could tell that he was good in there, I just went into a corner and just went straight up the corner. So he just went, and then I tucked in, behind him. Cause it's just like I really have no business being in front of you at this point. So it's, I did do that. So.
Yeah. You mentioned, Crandon being on the line, and I wonder, do you have any like starting grid rituals?
Aside from peeing in the little blue room next to the little timing shack, I guess. Not really.
Okay.
I was always like, I guess there was times in the light buggy days doing light buggy shit the night before. I was pretty notorious for sleeping in my car on the start line because we were always like the first race.
Yep.
And like, that's like the days where you barely make it to the driver's meeting. And then you're like, oh shit, got a race. But then normally at Crandon, you just sit there for like a half hour. So then
5 to go means 30 to go.
I'd just be like,
Baking in the sun.
Buckle in. There was one race where they did 5 to go and all the cars are running and you just are hanging in the belts. And it's like, like I don't know about you guys, but I like at the racetrack where the generators are running and stuff. Like I like that noise and the little vibration and stuff. So I'm just like taking a little nap, and Cowboy comes and just slaps the hood of my car. And then I could hear, and he's like, I'm like, what? I like, look, and he's like doing this and gives me I'm like, yeah, cool. What's up? And then I hear the guy lined up next to me like, hey, Mikey, wake up. We got to go, man. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, oh, fuck, my car is running. We had already been sitting there 5 to go, fired the car up, and then fell asleep. I was like, oh, man, I got to straighten up a little bit here.
That's awesome.
That's a true story, though. But, like, he's the guy, he's yelling at me. I'm like, all right, I'm good. And I'm like, oh, I better put my gloves on quick, and then, okay, go. But that's light buggy shit.
Yeah.
That happens.
That's funny.
You were calming the nerves.
Oh, I was calm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real calm.
If you're calm if you can fall asleep in your race car on the start line.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about racing in the Lucas series a little bit, but back in the early 2000s, when you race out west with your dad and brother, how was that experience?
Oh, man. Back when Jim Baldwin bought Core, about 2004, maybe 2005 was the first time that we went out to Chula Vista, and everybody in the Midwest hated him for like breaking up our series or whatever. And Chula Vista was like the number one, like insane event where that definitely like had a humongous impact on the sport and grew the sport like instantly. And it was like those 2005, 2006 at the original track. I might not get every single year right, but then we went to the quarry and stuff. But like that original Chula Vista track and stuff, like rivaled Crandon for crowds. Wow. And people. Like they didn't have short course ever since like Riverside or something. They had some Glen Helen, here and there, like off races and stuff. But like the crowd was completely nuts, and Baldwin sunk tons of money into it. And it was, and that was the first time we're like, this is like real pro racing, and we're going to see like where we can take this deal, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, unfortunately, like it was working, and then it was working great until it didn't. And then halfway through 2008, Core just disappeared, and they didn't even finish their season. And then, you know, World Series was happening here, and Dad had actually made the switch back to race at home that year.
Yeah.
So it was Core there, World Series here, and they didn't finish their season. So Dad was the only Pro 2 champion in the country that year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember that fact.
But going back to the Glen Helen this year, that had like a similar kind of feel to it, where all of these people just show up and they're going nuts, you know, and it was just like a really good feeling to go to this place where, you know, there's interest, and it worked, you know.
Yeah.
And that's what it felt like back in the Core days.
Yeah. Hopefully we keep on wrangling in that atmosphere.
Yeah.
What's the most memorable moment that you can think of, probably particularly with the whole family dynamic?
As far as, well, I don't know. I mean, racing wise, I mean, to be honest with you, like when people talk about Dad, and like want me to like remember stuff, even from as far back as I can remember, I just think about the amount of work, constant, like work. I mean, you got to put in the time, and I mean, no matter whether it was you're either working on the truck, or you're doing something on the hauler, or you're putting together sponsor packs, or he's going to SEMA or whatever. And it was just like the nonstop, like dedication it takes, you know, and just energy to year round, just whatever is the next thing you need to work on, you're going all in working on, you know? So that's what I think of. That's when I think of about Dad and stuff. And then, you know, definitely family wise, for him to win his last race was really cool. Like just the fact that we won a race in our truck that we built, against McCachran and Ricky and those the guys that I think are the best guys and stuff. And even at that time, people didn't know that really that much, but Maxxis was a new tire company at the time. So Dad was the first guy on Maxxis tire, and that was an off the shelf DOT tire that they just made and shipped him. And he was racing on Trepadors, and everyone else was on full blown project tires at the time. And we went out and were able to win a race. Like the first race was like just insane. That we're just like, we should not have been able to do that with, you know, and we were an independent team again back then and stuff. So against all the sponsor guys, like we, you know, that's like all the sportsman guys love a underdog story. So we always kind of like hung on to that stuff. So for him to win against all that was like really early. You know, I started building that truck when I was like 20. Okay. And then we turned into that like pretty quickly. And then that was the same truck that I won all of my races in the Pro 2. And then that kind of branches out of our family, but then like that was all the races Kleiman won when he was in Pro 2. That was all the same truck.
So on that tire discussion, then when you were in Pro 2, you got the first Kenda win, didn't you?
Yeah.
So that truck has the first Maxxis DOT win and the first Kenda DOT win? That's the same truck?
Yeah, it's the first Maxxis win overall in short course. Okay. Yeah, Dad was the only guy. Right. Dad brought Maxxis in to, like, Dad was on, okay, so Dad was, this is going to be a fun fact.
Okay, fun fact moment.
You guys don't know this probably, but Rodney Van Eperen was a badass pro light driver in the 4-cylinder days.
Yeah.
for I think like 2 seasons. I think he might have won Rookie of the Year or something like that. But so Rodney and my dad were the first 2 people on Kumo tires, and the first is either first or second race of the year. Rodney won in the Pro Light. That was Kumo's first ever win in short course, and Dad won the next race. So that was the first Pro 2 Kumo win.
Okay.
And then Dad won the first Maxxis race, or went with Maxxis, and then I won the first one with Kenda.
Yeah.
In a
cool
Pro
fun
Pro
fact.
2, Pro 2, yeah. So I think Morris might have won the first Pro Light race with Kenda. So it's just cool like that. You're always searching for somehow, some way to make your team better, and everyone's always after the same tire companies and stuff. So Dad would comb all the booths over at SEMA and stuff, and then if you'd find a little interest, there might be something here, and then make it happen, and then there's this, that was a big thing for him, where BF Goodrich has all of their guys locked up, and they got the best guys. So we have to, here's this company that thinks they might want to take a shot at us. So that was kind of
Be the underdog company.
Yeah.
Be the man. If he was scoping out tires now, in that form, man, SEMA's got probably a quarter mile of tire companies that me and you can't pronounce.
ChinaTire.com.
Yeah.
There's quite a few.
Yeah.
Whole basement full.
Super Tire #1.
So
Probably exists.
we keep on bringing up that our schedule in the future is going to incorporate more travel out west, and we keep on talking about how you guys traveled out west and were successful with it. So what is probably the hardest challenge with doing that travel over and over again? What do you think is the toughest challenge?
Money.
Just the money to get the fuel and the everything there.
Easily. The hardest, any sportsman racer, any pro racer or whatever, our sport specifically over other forms of racing and stuff like that, especially if you're going to try to make a run at a pro truck and stuff like that. The money is the hardest part of our racing, is how do you fund this? So, right now there's a lot more teams in the pro trucks that seem like they can fund themselves, and you see people with whatever their own companies are, or just blank trucks and stuff like that, where maybe they don't have an unlimited budget, but they're able to do it. But it's really, really hard. There's no more sportsman guy going up the ranks and then pro truck and whatever. There's very little of that. What people like me, we used to grow up watching people buggy, graduate up, truck, and then pro, and then get sponsors along the way. That's very rare now. So it's one way or the other, you got to figure out a way to fund that thing. And to me, that's the hardest thing. I think if you have the budget, you can figure out everything else. You can hire, the best crew chief guy or motor builder and parts and stuff like that. And then driving wise, you can just go test and just develop, where they used to kind of never, everyone would just race. And then you'd show up at the next race and just race. And there wasn't testing, and you didn't have a lot of time, to learn. And now it's just you can just unlimited go test and get better, and it just pays off so fast,
Yeah.
But it's all got to start with the budget.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
That might be easier said back in the day too. I feel like the economy today might be more of a resistance than possibly other years.
It's there. I can tell you that it was easier to find at least decent supplemental sponsor money back in the day. Tire companies they would have their big teams, but they'd also have budget to pay, not just giving tires, but to give you like 20 grand or something like that.
Yeah.
And to be like, hopefully a 5th place guy or whatever, like that was a lot more common. And then like freaking buggy teams would have the whole, there's the General Tire and Yokohama teams all had their paint jobs, and every different class was represented, and that's, they all figured out they can just, all the tire companies seem like they can just, if they give you a couple of tires, you're going to run them. You don't, if they take any, and they figured out it's a lot more economical to, cut all of that spending and stuff. So,
yeah.
And, a lot of them now are, if they have a budget for teams, that's through their engineering, because they want to learn, there's like, we have like the best, proving grounds, like engineering wise of what we physically put any product through, not just the tires, but that's just an example of there isn't any other vehicles that put that much strain on a product, so that's one way to look at it that we've always done.
Yeah, definitely.
So I know we already hit a lot, speaking of tracks and schedule, things like that. We already talked about Wheatland and Glen Helen, but looking ahead into 2026, if you could pick like your best track schedule you would want, what does that look like?
I'm going to try to be somewhat careful about this. But I'll answer it. But the Glen Helen deal was a really good deal. And by the way, I really hope that everyone saw that and understands that we have to figure out how to do way more night racing.
That was awesome.
For the show, for the crowd, for the track and the track prep, and the whole thing. It's just better. You have thousands of dollars into lighting and stuff like that.
But even a track like Anago, like throw the lights on in that place.
Yeah,
and that's usually the hottest time of the year too.
It would be cool. I mean, and I know Zach really well, who runs Anago and stuff. So. Maybe I shouldn't say what I'm thinking right now.
I think you should.
I don't know. It would be cool to see more sportsman-only races on the points series, like where like Dirt City has their sportsman race, and pro-only events like Glen Helen. They could have 2 events in Glen Helen, and people are talking about like Firebird is still there in Arizona. Like,
I think they're actively running small series.
Yeah,
so it's still
and it's really, really hard for teams. Like there's not every pro team is ready to do that. They can't financially do it, so it doesn't make sense. So you have a lot of our guys that just kind of pick and choose races, and there's guys that who are thought of as bigger teams who still pick and choose their races and stuff. So like. It's really hard because not everybody's ready to do that jump. But the Glen Helen race really was that big of a deal. And I think on the flip side, like I think a lot of the sportsman racing would be better off if they could figure out how to do more sportsman standalone races, like what Lena was kind of built for originally, like their whole plan the first year or two. That was really cool, and it like because I could go up and help like volunteer do some whatever job they gave me I could help. Well, I can't do that anymore with the pro race, but and I get it because it's I don't know what they used to have insurance for 3 weekends in a year there, and now they because they had a side-by-side race, a sportsman race, and then the big race. So I don't know what it is now, but. It'd be really cool to start having more sportsman-only races, which I know it's super hard to do, but
I think I've preached it multiple times. I think Dirt City could almost hold a sportsman event once a month,
Yeah, and
almost like a round track.
this is one of the biggest struggles that I don't see people talk about a lot is we're like the only motorsport where there's no feeder races or series at all. All of our biggest teams and biggest pros and biggest races and most grassroots and smallest, least funded teams are all in the same event. And that, there's not like local AMA divisions and dirt bikes and dirt cars and circle tracks and drag racing. Like we're all together all the time and it's just us, so like there's only 250 or 300 teams total of everybody. So there's nothing else. So it's like, it'd be nice to start to figure out like they have interest out west and stuff, but it never seems to work out, but like that's one of the reasons why it's so hard. Like you can't just build one of these tracks and then have a race, like there's only so many places to race. There's only so many of us, but like, I'm not saying the sportsmen people are holding the pros back, but to have a pro only show at a new venue like that is cool. Cause then the crowd can just get in and out at night like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Cause Glen Helen, we had 1600 buggy, 3 of them showed up.
Yeah, that was.
They should have they canceled every class. They should have just essentially canceled that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, and for some reason, Class 11s travel. Nobody else does.
But, it would be awesome to see Class 11 get back to, like, I don't know what year it was, 2020 or 2021, when they all brought their Class 11s on the flatbed, and they were massive. Yeah. They were like another light buggy class. But.
Yeah, and you might see, like, if, hypothetically, if they were able to do Glen Helen to start, or anywhere out west to start the season and not end it, you would see more of our pro trucks show up, and maybe they would do a little bit smaller effort where they'd just have a trailer and a pickup or whatever versus a semi or whatever, but at least they would, be more motivated to make that effort, Yeah. But, the biggest thing that holds the whole thing back for the trucks is definitely the payout. So like, I don't know how the series works or whatever, or what the sponsor situation is, but I think they hear it enough from all the drivers and stuff. But that's definitely the biggest drawback. Like the reason why that's, if they even thought there was a chance to win some money back, people would go. Everybody wants to race, They want to race as much as possible. So, you don't have a $300,000 race car just to sit there and look at it, So like, the objective is to race it, so, and even, I think people, every single team, like pro team there's a business owner that owns the team or drives or something. So they understand how stuff works. So like they're, they understand the financial, like, I'm trying to be careful.
So let's really get back in here. Let's go. Just shotgun it. If you had a fantasy, you can shotgun that if you want, but fantasy, where would you start? I'll even put a little flavor in the bucket here. What if you started at Mint?
I've kind of taken myself out of a lot of those. I don't get a say in what's really going to happen, so I don't like
today.
I don't really do the fantasies that much anymore. Like, if I had $1 billion, what would I do? Like, I know that I don't actually get a say, so it's fine. Like, wherever they have the race, I'm going to show up to. I would shit can Wheatland.
Okay.
So I'll just throw that in, but okay.
So
We're good other than that.
So you would take out Wheatland,
which
was our starter.
I hate Wheatland.
And then we would go Anago.
You could say whatever you want. It's fine.
Okay. I'm just wondering,
what we have for, there's potential. Everyone knows there's potential to have a true, like, pro traveling, like, nationwide series and whatever. And, like, so everyone, thinks there's always this potential for what it could be. And we've been in this 200-mile radius. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't want to say trapped in this thing, but this is where we're the strongest. This is where, like, to me, the sportsmen and our fans are completely the backbone of the whole sport. So that's where, when times get tough, the pros come back home, and then we can, you know, when it's in survival mode, we can sustain it there.
When the retreat mode is in.
Yeah. So like, but now that we, you know, some teams are ready to do a lot more. Some teams can do one more race or whatever. Like I don't think Wheatland's helping at all. There's like 2 people there that show up. Like there's been so much, I mean,
the geographical location is a challenge, not the track. Is my understanding.
I think there's good features about the track. But yeah, I think that I think it's a really cool part of the country, but the it just sucks there.
Yeah.
So and I'm not worried about any fans getting mad at me for saying that, because there's no fans, you know. So it just is stupid.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Have you raced at Firebird?
No, I don't think I've ever been to Firebird.
Okay.
I don't know. I might have. I don't know. Okay. I was at. Is that the same as Speedway, or is that a different place? Do you remember Speedway?
I've never been there, and from my recollection, or from what I've gathered, it's changed names a couple of times. And I don't know, if we go there, I look forward to it. If not, I look forward to it.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the desert. Can't wait. I love scorpions. It's cool. They're the best.
Dry air, low humidity.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know if I've actually ever seen a scorpion, and obviously out in the wild, I should say. I've never looked down and oh, there's a scorpion.
Yeah, I don't know. I tell you what, Glen Helen, I was looking for snakes.
You want to hear a funny story about a scorpion?
Yeah.
I saw a scorpion, a real live scorpion, one time in Wisconsin.
What? Was it in a popsicle?
No, it was in, do you remember Daley Pennico?
Yeah.
He raced Pro 2 when I raced. And I just happened to run into them. I was at my sticker guy's place, and they were picking up crap because he just wrapped their bodies or something. So I grabbed a door and followed him into his trailer to help him load the shit up. And there was a scorpion on the ground in their trailer, and they brought it from Arizona.
Oh, no.
And it's stowed away in their trailer. And he's like, hey, watch out for that scorpion. And I was like, what the fuck? And I ran out of there.
That scorpion's going to be in for a life-changing situation.
Scorpions.
When it's cold, it's gone.
Yeah.
So, some people have a reputation of hitting trucks in the race, even picking up the classic line of hitting everything out there except the pace car. Do you have a funny story about maybe hitting a vehicle that's 3 times your size?
3 times? Oh, I thought you were talking about when I actually hit the pace car.
Oh, you did?
I did that.
We got 2 stories to tell you.
Yeah.
Then.
That I know what you're talking about, but that was, I don't know what year that was, but Richie was our pace car driver for forever and ever, right? And that was back when they had a race car, it was a 2-seat Pro 2 as the pace car. And I talked to the race control guy, and I asked him the next time I was in the lead during the halfway caution, I'm like, I want to hit him. I go, can I get a free pass? And I just want to bump him a little. And he said, yeah, he's like, yeah, that'd be really funny. And I actually did it. And they said he came on the radio, screaming and crying and stuff like that. I actually hit him hard. And I don't think I hit him that hard, but I dented the shit out of the bumper. So
That's funny.
yeah.
So how about
I still get stories about that, but I don't know what year that was, but some cup race. I was in the Pro 2 back in the Traxxas days, and they had that giant inflatable RC car. Do you have this video you're gonna play or something?
I can play. I think there's a video of it.
Okay.
I'll play it. I'll play it here if it's here. If it's not, it's not.
Okay. So Yeah, that happened. That Traxxas truck was hard to get a handle on because it came loose like 2 or 3 different times throughout a couple of year span, and it would go rolling across the infield or something, and it just happened to go across. Like I crossed the finish line at Crandon, and it came loose in the gravel pit and rolled off, and I kind of punted it and went underneath it or whatever, and that was a good experience. So I still to this day, it's funny because like the fans that have been around forever and some of the track workers and stuff will still talk about both of those 2 incidents that like for some reason I always had a good story, even if I didn't win or whatever. I would have a good story to come away from the weekend.
Yeah. Hey, if you can't win the show, you better be the show.
Yeah, it was the show.
Mm-hmm. So did it come across the track during the race?
Yeah,
or
yeah. Green flag racing, like I don't know, halfway through the race or whatever, and
I think.
And so it is Pro 4s, Pro 2s, everything, and everyone's like, "Holy shit, this thing's just 50, probably bigger than that, foot balloon rolling across the track."
I think you hit it at like gravel pit, like you were coming through gravel pit.
I just crossed the finish line and I was going around the pond. Do people know what the pond is?
Yeah. I remember the pond.
You guys do.
Yeah. Parsons Pond, right?
Parsons Pond. It's depressing that there's kids that don't even know what that is.
So I recently seen a video that it was named after, there was a driver, Parsons, that made like the first like roll into it. Mm-hmm. Is that true that they named it after him after doing his little roll?
Yeah, I have that on tape.
Okay, I didn't know if it was, because we also have Parsons.
Dylan. No relation.
No, but we also have Parsons Chevrolet dealer.
It was
local.
that guy.
Oh, it's that guy.
Dave Parsons. He owns Parsons of Anago.
Okay, all right. We've got dots connected.
I think he's retired right now. His son Kurt, I think, is still there.
Okay.
But yeah, Parsons of Anago, Dave Parsons.
Yeah.
And they had a awesome rig. It was a black school bus that they cut the back off, and they drove it up on they had like a flatbed. It's freaking awesome.
I think I've seen that.
I've seen that.
Super cool. I wish more people would still do
probably
that.
Third life.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
So, in the last 5 years, who do you think is the most aggressive driver?
Aggressive driver?
Yeah, in the sport.
So not a top 5, just a top 1 here.
Aggressive driver? I probably would have said Ricky G up until Bradley Morris showed up this summer.
Fair.
But if you go over a 5-year span, Bradley showed up this year and like stunned like the whole Pro 2 class, and he like passed through half of the field.
Yeah.
And everybody was pissed off at him at the end of the race.
Like every single person he passed, he took a door panel.
Yeah.
I think every single fan too was like, wait, what the heck just happened?
Oh yeah. So, I mean, I remember Bradley from his pro light days and stuff, and he took a long time off there and stuff. And
yeah,
man, he was so good. He was like one of the original, like young guns, like where he was like 14, 15 maybe, racing pro light and like winning races and winning Pro 2 races with McCachran and those guys and stuff like that. And Lucas, like super impressive, but like super hyper aggressive, So it's definitely a show.
So the last top 5 years, it's with this year.
What?
You're saying the last top 5 or last 5 years?
Oh,
you're basing it off.
Well,
of
no, I'm just saying, like,
okay.
I just wanted to make sure he got a little credit.
Oh, even when after that race, I was standing next to Luke Johnson. I was like, who is that guy? Like, I see it on Speed Dive, but like it didn't all click, and I was like, who is that guy? Because he just made a name.
I think he's just mad that his hood is so ugly.
Rumor has it he has a Pro 4 in the garage too.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he does.
Who knows if that may see some sunlight or some other fiberglass.
You never know.
Yeah.
I know, but I can't say it.
Well, if you say it, you gotta say it.
I just wanted everyone to think I was a big shot because I talked to his dad like a couple days ago.
Okay. All right. So, what is the biggest difference between the racing today and the racing that we'll call back in the day, like back in the day.
When did back in the day start?
I'm gonna call like
When you were racing?
the beginning of your career, the era of your dad's career.
Well, that's
that type of situation.
That's still two different eras, though.
well,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, beginning of your career.
So when I go back and watch, so when we do these top 5 lists and stuff, like it's really easy to have recency bias, right? Where like people say like LeBron is better than MJ and stuff like that because he's, like all the kids will say that and stuff. And I don't watch basketball at all, but like that kind of deal. I have past bias. So I give those guys way more credit because they did it first, right?
The pioneers.
And they're the pioneers.
Yeah.
But when you go back and watch videos of those eras and stuff, and any era, like anytime you go back, you go 10 years back, you go 10 years back, you like that. And even in like the core days when we first went to Chula Vista and stuff and went to a new track, and these guys are just figuring out stuff kind of like, and like all I see now, like as like I'm like really analytical on driving and lines and dirt and stuff like that, and all I see is mistakes left and right. Everybody they're just like randomly doing stuff kind of like, and it doesn't seem like they're really well coordinated, and it's like those guys were just figuring out like what to do, and then like that got like once it got figured out, like there once you figured out how lines got like worked into the track and how to use a cushion and high lines and ruts and whatever, like they started figuring that out, and it got like a more of a honed skill, and then it just gets like the guys that are racing now are racing on the knowledge that those guys started with, right? So like,
Yeah.
so they're way sharper. Like if you make one mistake in Pro 2 now, you just got past like 2 or 3 guys, right?
Yeah. It's like missing a shift in light boogie.
Yeah, exactly like that. So it's just way more of a penalty because everybody knows like what they're supposed to do. Like they know that the track is going to start off like this and you have to drive here. And then as it goes on, you have to move lines and the cushion is going to get pushed out and whatever. And that they were just kind of figuring that crap out earlier. And then when you go way back in like the 90s and stuff, they were just on like this trail, that was like bumpy and like, like
just hoping to survive the race.
They're
Somebody
just
dropped the
driving.
bulldozer blade and just said, "This is the path."
Yeah, this is just this is racetrack, but it's like, the last time they saw it was either yesterday or whatever, and it's this totally different this path, and they just have to figure out. And somebody would get like stuck, so you'd have to like go around them and shit like that. Like, that's definitely the biggest difference. Is they were like in the day it was more survival,
Yeah.
and more like understanding the limitations of your equipment because they were running like more stock stuff. So you'd have to drive to what your vehicle could handle. So like if you just come through in this huge hole and just send it in there sideways, hit it and go like 4 or 5 laps of that, your car is going to break. And certain guys would know that. So they would hang behind that guy on purpose. You don't really see that at all anymore. Is a guy just being patient, like chilling. Like CJ does that now.
I was going to say there's far and few between. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like attrition of a guy just like, okay, I know I have, 5 minutes left or 5 laps or whatever, and he just chills.
Yeah.
There's a lot more of that then. And now especially now with the way the races are officiated and timed and stuff, like you never know when somebody else on the opposite side of the track is going to crash and it's going to be a red flag or whatever. And that might be the end of your race. Like you might have 1 lap left and not know it. So you need to get to the front like now, everybody has to go now because you could be 3 laps in and somebody will crash, and now that's your caution, and you get points, for first, second, or whatever. So you need to go now.
Yeah.
And then when they throw the green again, you need to go now. It's way more hyper aggressive now.
Yeah, I feel like hyper aggressive is a good word for it. It's like we talk about it all the time, especially with Pro 4. Like the nutrition of it is you can almost be a top 4 guy and you're going to end up on the podium just because 1 or 2 guys are going to drop out in that top 5 group and push you up. So, I think that, back in the day, we'll call it back in the day, but it was more of a strategic plan to be longevative than it was nowadays that, it's 150%, whatever you want to call it, 200% all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Pro 4s need to figure out the longevity game again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, what is something that you miss from back in the day? Like, maybe paint jobs, track conditions, atmospheres.
Paint jobs is a good one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What's your favorite paint job?
Did you have more on your list? I didn't mean to cut you off. But
No, that landed perfect.
Okay, sorry I ruined it. But the best paint job in the history of short course probably had to be the Tiger Tail, Scotty Taylor's Superflow truck.
Okay.
That was fucking cool.
And there was like flags to go with it too, right?
He had the Tiger. He had the tail,
Okay.
like the little. He had one on the back of his truck or whatever, but he would hand those out. So
Yeah.
I used to have one, and that went away. My dad probably broke into my room and threw it away when I was a kid. But that had to be cool. And it was, back in the day, they had all the manufacturer involvement and stuff. So it was Chevrolet, like Chevy Thunder versus Ford Rough Rider, And then Art Schmidt and Spencer Lowe had the Team Nissan trucks. And then, Toyota just was getting started there. But like Johnny Greaves was on Toyota the whole time he raced trucks.
Yeah.
But then they started with the Tundra program and stuff, started with Rod Millen. And that was like one of the coolest trucks, And that was, he only made it he was there a handful of years and stuff before Johnny started. But that truck was really badass. And then the Walker Evans Barbary Coast Dodge Ram, like big Dodge truck, was one of my favorites always.
Yeah.
I don't know. Rosales actually was. His one pro light body was like black, and he had some hot pink on there, and that's what Dave Parsons' truck looked like when he put it into the pond.
Yeah.
He was always like black with hot pink, like the '90s, like fluorescent, like stuff like that. And
That's so they could pull them back out. They'd see the hot pink.
yeah, yeah. So I thought that kind of stuff's cool, but
How about atmosphere? And we know that Crandon got a little bit crazy back in the day.
Yeah.
But aside from the party stuff, let's talk about the crowd, atmosphere wise. Is it comparable to today?
no, it was way more laid back.
Okay.
Then it was just, and you could just, it was way more like you're way closer to the action. I could say because they just had this wire fence thing on the whole hot pit. They didn't have the big blue wall. And, you could.
So in Crandon,
Yeah.
you brought up the wire fence. So there's still the wire cable fence. I'm talking in the turn 1 all the way to barn.
Yeah.
So was that the original fence?
Yeah.
You didn't have the chain link?
No, that was it.
Oh, wow.
I remember those days
Wow.
because I would sit in the hot pit. And you'd shake the shit out of this fence, and you could see it you'd be people would be leaning on it way back there, and so that's why I remember that.
It wasn't exactly tight.
No.
Okay.
But then, even at Bark River specifically, wherever in pits, who pits over there, like Dad's, Kenda pit is at the bottom of the hill up against the fence. And then that straightaway, where you come over the hill and you're going towards the cemetery,
Yep.
there wasn't a fence there at all. And all the trailers were just there level with the track. And you would just race past everyone's pit level. You know, like there's nothing stopping anybody from spinning out and just going into someone's trailer or whatever.
Well, I mean, it was pretty recently when Johnny sent it in the corner and almost ended up in the campground.
That's got to be like 5 years now.
It's
Still recent, but yeah.
Yeah, it's probably more closer to like 7 or 10, but so I guess it is kind of getting stretched out a little bit.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that. I mean, I know we still talked about horsepower and stuff like that, and you know, those are heavy machines still moving at a high rate of speed. That somebody taking a nap in a camper on Burke River's long stretch would wake up from.
Yeah, they were right there.
Yeah. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you know, Alec was talking about, as things continue to evolve, what are your thoughts about the continued evolution of technology in trucks today, and you know, the different gadgets and whatever, you know, some drivers are putting in?
Is this my opportunity to hate on data?
Yeah.
This is.
I think you guys are setting me up for that. For the first time, I was really wondering when this was going to happen, because I thought it would happen at some point, and it finally happened. We had electric cars racing.
We did.
At Crandon.
Making silly noises.
Were they making?
They had
Did they have audio? Like
in the parade.
I was in the spotter stand.
In the parade, it sounded like it was a mixture between they would just spin an empty trans, and they also had like speakers that made like rumbling noises.
Okay, I heard that they had
So, but they also were like spinning it, so it sounded like straight cut gears, but the car wasn't going anywhere.
I mean, the fact that you have to fake it and provide noise, I think that'll be the death of motorsports. Because imagine sitting there,
Turn one,
and you're all hyped up, and you're up on the fence like that, and Johnny Greaves goes by, and that Toyota is going.
There's no Mikey Vanden Heuvel headers.
Yeah,
going.
To me, that's the best sound in motorsports, is when one of those Toyotas goes screaming by at like 10,000 RPM.
Yeah. And like the smell of racing fuel and like
and the sound of all the rocks hitting the guardrail is just like a background noise, you know, but not the only noise.
They would come through churn one, and all you would hear is
I have to
ping,
play.
ping, ping, ping.
I have to play devil's advocate in this conversation.
Go ahead.
But you know, I thought it was interesting. Like, you get to hear the tires squealing, you get to hear the fight for traction, and like you said, the rocks hitting the guardrail. You get to hear all that, and we heard that in the rally cars. And you know, is it exciting as a V8 banging out every 10K revolutions? No, it's really not, but still, in the aspect of it, it could be worse.
Worse than what?
Not having racing at all.
Is that the options?
No, it's not. You're right.
That's why I was like, wait, what's worse than that?
No, I just think that it's a nice, like, transition to maybe get some things that are electrical. Not all things that are electrical. I'm not asking the whole series to be electric, but
I feel like most short course off-road racing fans aren't interested in anybody transitioning
probably not
in any way.
because we still have air-cooled Volkswagens
I was just gonna
that
say,
are awesome
like,
to watch.
I was just gonna say, I don't think even like, I don't want to get in the whole electric car conversation, but like,
Yeah.
I think that's just going to die off too. Like, you're already seeing it. It's still prevalent some places, but it's starting to die off because it's just not even feasible to make long trips and things like that. So,
Yeah.
like, I think the steam of the electric car buzz is starting to finally wear off.
So the root of the question was more or less the paddle shifting, the air shifting, the digital dashes that are, it's basically
telling you what
flashing and telling when the driver needs to pull off instead of paying attention to an oil pressure gauge or an oil coolant temp gauge. I know you're a heavy advocate for mechanical gauges, and there was a particular contingency through, was it Autolite, that you got a pretty cool gauge set up through?
Oh, yeah. I guess mine was more, I mean, all of that to me is more budget related than anything, because it wasn't that long ago where we were not allowed to have any data acquisition whatsoever, because it was a cost effective rule, because there's always like three to four big teams, and then there's everybody else struggling, so and you know that the big teams can buy all this stuff and have an even greater advantage, and they're looking for and they're the real pro teams that have a real pro budget, and that's their job, is to push the envelope on anything they can. And then that was such a huge floodgate, and now, like, it really wasn't that long ago, it wasn't allowed, and then people just started showing up with it anyway, and then they just allowed it.
Heck, they even regulated it in the UTV class that you have to have a data logger.
Yeah, and with all the EFI stuff, you have to have some kind of management system. I'm not stupid that way. I don't necessarily think we should go back, to the mechanical gauge cluster with a carb or whatever. But the late model guys aren't really that mad about it. So
yeah, they're also just taking lefts.
The argument that I don't want to get into a whole thing here, but the argument that we need all this shit to, because I have so much money stuck into my engine is, I didn't have any engine problems. If you have cold water and oil pressure and check your filter, then for 90% of the time you're going to be fine. And then the guys who had problems with their engine programs then still have a problem. Guys still blow their shit up all the time.
Yeah.
And then, but they can just
see,
I'm not stupid. Like, I completely understand. Like, I redneck it up a little bit around the bigger teams on purpose, because it's funny that it kind of, to me, like when Kleiman shows up and goes out and wins, and he's like the last guy by like 5 years to not have data at all, and goes out and wins. Like, I just think that's like really cool. I know most of the sportsman guys think that's pretty cool. And I just think, just because there is a new technology, and this goes for anything, like, I'm normally behind the times on what apps I have on my phone and different stuff, that just because there is a new technology that exists, everyone like runs to it. And I think a lot of people spend a lot of energy trying to figure that out, where they'd be way better off served using energy where they could be more efficient with their time and money, especially their money with the data stuff, So, if a sportsman team has a little bit of money they want to spend, instead of trying to learn how to use Motac or something like that, they could probably go run a couple, like 2 test sessions and learn way more as a driver, and be better off. Like, but that's the kind of stuff, like when I work with different teams, we kind of talk about a lot of that stuff, like what's like the benefit of how much time we have and where we're going to spend it.
I have two follow-up questions. Okay. Speaking about, trying to keep something simple, the championship truck that you had, I remember you making a post about everything that was in that truck. And it was like, hey, you can still win championships without crazy technology, crazy parts, and crazy investment. And that was kind of the point of the the post, if I remember correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So your championship truck, you were racing against guys that were getting into this data acquisition stuff, and you were still obviously able to prevail across that.
Yeah, but I was just like trying to be a badass, like going for it every single lap, so it just kind of worked out for me that way.
Okay.
But I mean, to be completely realistic, if you're going to have a Pro 2 or a Pro 4, like you kind of need all of that stuff when you go testing. You need to be able to analyze a lot of that stuff, and if you're going to be doing any amount of R&D, you need to be able to break down like why is something better, and here's where it's better, and different situations like you need to be prepared for, so you can. So that's a real thing. So,
yeah.
but sometimes you can just go out there and be a better driver than somebody else, because if you have all of this money and stuff stuck into it, but you go below the corner, I'm gonna go whizzing by you.
Well, that's the thing. You can have all the data in the world, but if you can't put that data to use with the driver, and the driver can't, utilize that to be successful, well, then you're just spending money to spend money.
Yeah. So without giving away like all of my secrets and stuff and different theories on what I do when we're working with different teams, like the broad like the way to look at it is almost across the board. Anytime that almost anybody that I've worked with, when you simplify everything, you're better. So
simple is better.
There's still stuff that you have to do R&D. I'm not going to just say you just randomly put a truck together or anything like that, but like you need to cut down the noise, make it like go testing, get your driver comfortable, and have a good plan of attack on how you're going to adjust for the track and stuff. But less noise is better.
So kind of on the same subject of you helping people, coaching people, who do you think the most talented person that you were able to be a part of, whether it was building a truck, spotting, coaching? You're flipping through your top 5 list here.
I wrote something down.
You did write something down?
Yeah.
Who do you think, just not to discredit anybody else that you've been involved with, but who do you think is one that rises to the top? And it might not even be somebody that you directly coached, but it might be somebody that you helped with vehicle setup or something like that.
Okay, so I don't mean to turn everything into a long story, but
we love long stories.
All I wrote down here that I just looked for to make sure is talent versus skill. So we've had a couple of discussions in my shop about this, because when someone says talent, you mean you can just jump into something and you're driving. You're just an awesome driver, right? Like,
yeah, to me, talent just seems like it's almost natural.
Like this guy's like a badass driver. He's like CJ is very talented, right?
Yeah.
But to me,
I would say he's skilled too, but
talented versus skilled. So when you say like, man, he's so talented, like to me that kind of undercuts all the work that you've put in.
Yeah.
To become skilled, like
seems unearned,
like talent. Yeah. So like, everybody works in their team, and it's like, this is a super team sport more than people like talk about a lot of the time. So like the driver becomes skilled, and especially nowadays where like we know, like going into the weekend, we look at the track and we've already tested and stuff, and depending on how the weather is and how they groom the track, we know how the track is going to change during the weekend. And like we're all pretty, I think all the top teams are pretty ahead of stuff, and the talent of the driver I don't think of it that way, because we talk about what the driver is supposed to do. And if he does what he's supposed to be doing, he looks good.
Yeah.
So like, to me, I kind of look at it as like, it's getting professional enough now where like this is all already like prepared and planned out and tested and stuff, where like if you're doing the right thing, you have a chance. And if you're relying on talent, then you might just be guessing. You know, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
so like the whole team effort is towards making the driver look good. So like, if I were to say who is gonna,
What
with that all being said,
should we categorize it to a team?
No. If I was that all being said, right? If I was gonna say, who do I know that you just pick a vehicle like this and say, okay, everybody drive that, and we're gonna have go-kart races,
Yeah.
or IROC, you know, like that. And that decides, and you have a light buggy, a Pro 2, a NASCAR, a go-kart, or a boat, or whatever. Like I've always said that
Race boats.
if there was a world championship racing or driving challenge, like Rayford would win the world of anybody. If it was a light buggy or a grader or a dump truck or a snowmobile or a jet ski, Rayford would fucking win over anybody in the world. He would be the overall winner.
That would be
I've heard-
pretty fun to watch.
I've heard two people say that. If it was
I'm not shitting you.
if it was you have to drive anything challenge.
Anything. And like, imagine a world championship of anything with a steering wheel or a handlebar, and you had one round of each thing.
Yeah.
I think Rayford would dominate the world in that.
Yeah, most universal then.
Universal. So
He is the 10mm socket.
What? Yeah. Okay. Sure. He's the Gator grip. Remember the Gator grip? Yeah.
So
If that's how you define talent, like I would look at it that way. Kleiman is there too, to me.
yeah.
Because he just jumps in something, and like the first time he ever drove the Pro 2, he jumped in. He was on his like third lap. He matched all the lap times from the races, and then you pulled in and you talked to him, and he just, so what do you think about this? He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. He doesn't know why. He's just out there just doing shit.
Yeah. Just doing it naturally.
And then, I mean, he became a lot, better, me and him as a team and stuff like that. But like, yeah.
So on the most talented or greatest or skilled or subject that we have here, who is, besides Luke Alcox and Matt Gerald, one of the people most talented or most skilled people that you've spotted for?
Luke Alcox. Why do you say him?
You spotted for a minute ago, didn't you?
Did I?
You did.
I don't know.
Remember Tavia ran up?
Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was an emergency spotting situation.
Emergency.
I was like, why are we talking about Luke here? But
No, besides Luke.
I think
Matt Gerald.
I think Luke said that his radio wasn't working.
He said he couldn't hear half the shit he said.
So I didn't spot for him. I was like trying really
he
hard.
said the stuff he did here was pretty legendary.
Like, man, this fucking guy don't listen.
Yeah, I said, you kind of crapped the bed there on
I
like
forgot about that.
a really big moment in your life. But yeah, besides those two guys,
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
besides Luke Alcox and Matt Gerald, who is the most talented or skilled, however you want to phrase it, because I know those are two conflicting.
Yeah, best guy that I.
Let's go skilled. Skilled guy that you've spotted for.
Why can't I count Matt?
You can.
Oh, not Matt. I was kidding. We might have to cut that one.
No. That's funny.
No, I don't know if
you wrote the question.
I may
so-
have. I may have. I don't know if I. I mean, I don't really have a great memory of spotting for Matt. Like I probably did in the single buggy or something, but
You spotted for me for like 2 seconds.
Really?
in a practice session.
See, I have a terrible short-term memory, but
You told me my radiator was coming off.
oh no. Yeah. That was funny to me.
Yeah, not me.
I think I've only spotted twice in my life.
Spotting is a whole nother animal.
And one was a UTV class at Crandon, and every single UTV was a Yamaha, and they looked the same.
Yeah.
It's so half the time I was just battling to figure out, okay, where's my guy in the field?
It's a problem.
Yeah.
I spotted for Mickey for like 3 years, 2.5, 3 years, I think. He was probably the most disciplined driver. That's a good word. Where like he tested a lot. He knew what had to be done. Like we did strategy and stuff, and he understood, everything that he was supposed to do in different situations, what could come up, and like we were pretty game planned and stuff, and he was like super disciplined as far as hitting the mark he was supposed to be on every single lap, and like making it look easy. That was Mickey, and he really did a lot of the time. So, and then as far as watching somebody like pull some magic out of their ass was probably climbing, like where you didn't expect to see, like, here's what's going on, and all of us, like, it's pretty rare these days where somebody does something and I'm like, holy shit, like that was a badass move, like, yeah. Kyle did a bunch of that. That was pretty cool. I'd probably go there. There's a couple of other people I'm thinking of that I felt like I was doing some heavy lifting, and like, come on. And I was, I really felt like me being there was really, really important to the success, of that race or that, that season or whatever. So yeah. I'm not going to say who that is.
It takes a team.
There's a couple of them, but
it takes a team.
I mean, it is a whole team sport.
Yeah.
The spotter, it used to be, when I started spotting, I was like 16, and everyone's up there going, go, go, go. It ain't that anymore. We're making a legitimate difference in every half. If you do a race by a half a race, like you're making a really big impact on your driver's race, every single race, and every half. Or what you say, like they talk about football, like having halftime adjustments, like that's like such a huge deal. Like halfway through the race, like you're just shoving as much information as you think you can over. It's a lot of people give their guy too much information. Like you have to feed him the information that they need the most in that amount of time.
I was just going to say, and a lot of it too is knowing what to say to motivate your driver to go to the next level if they have, like, to push them to the next level or within their own comfort, but still push them to the next level.
I was fed a story by Dylan Parsons that you spotted for him.
Oh shit! I said go, go, go. Damn it!
And he said that, like, the green flag dropped, and you said, "Yep, the green flag dropped. Come on."
I said they're going.
They're going. Yeah. And it was like, he's like, that was very uneventful.
You just dunked on me after I said that cool story.
But he said, in his defense, I could see the green flag.
I know, like, when I spot for somebody, I go and talk to them, and I make sure we have like some of the same language going on. What do you want to hear in this? Like, there's a lot of very, very situational stuff that gets overlooked a lot of the time. So I try to make sure that we at least understand. Like Dylan, I spotted for him as a emergency backup guy, so I had to like real quick just say, here's some of the things that I will probably say to just make sure he knows what that means. you know, and it's like very, very in depth now, you know, like sometimes there's even secret code words.
Ooh.
Because you might need to tell your guy something that you have to say over an airwave that is recorded and it has to look innocent, you know?
Oh,
Yeah.
Not that I would do that.
Not only that, you're also in the spotter tower with every other race team spotter too.
Yeah, fuck those guys. Spotter fights are
only happen to ERX.
Oh no,
there was. Maybe we shouldn't get into that story.
That's fine. Yeah. We can move on.
So your current involvement in off-road is building at Flying Dutchman Off-Road.
Mm-hmm.
What are the services that you guys provide there?
We're pretty much oil change and wiper removals and installs.
So if somebody comes with a wrecked up Pro 2, there's not a chance they're going to get a back half or a front half or if they got a brand new Pro 2 that they bought from John Married Lucin, whatever, that they're not going to get a seat fitment or maybe some tube updates to make them safer?
Yeah. So all of the above. So the whole goal is just to be available and dependable somewhere where the racers know that they can go to have an expert opinion on almost anything. So it's just we just pretty much try to accommodate anytime the phone rings or somebody walks in. We try to at least if we can't help them, we at least try to tell them where they can go or what, you know, who to call or what to do. So like, you know, we can build an entire race car from scratch from the ground up. Or if you come in and you buy a truck and you need to have your seat mounted or your seat belts mounted or whatever, like that's kind of the range, you know, like, or if you say like, you know, if somebody has no idea what they're doing and I need to, like, I just bought this truck, like, what the fuck do I do with it? Or, you know, like, and I like, not like we keep like fairly good track of where all the vehicles were built and came from and stuff. And so like, you know, we know everybody in the industry that like who built that truck and like, maybe they have a jig for a part or, yeah, I don't know. We just try to have answers for everybody. So like if they need work done, we'll do it. And if we can help them and they don't, you know, we just can't let anybody be in a position where they can't race, you know, so.
Or that they're unsafe.
Or they're, especially, yeah. I mean, and then we do a lot of that stuff where that's really the only time I'll walk up to somebody where they didn't ask me for help and I might say something is if I see safety stuff. And I don't really do that as much the last couple of years as I have because I'm kind of buried at the track a lot now, but I would, you know.
So before diving into all the safety stuff here, what do you think is the best way to learn motorsports fabrication?
If you're just like a fan or just like a random person, you know, not involved.
Maybe you're inspiring racer. You bought a UTV or you bought a light buggy, you know.
Kids racing.
You're a dad and you want to be able to make those bumpers. You want to be able to make those Nerf bars. But you also want to be, you know, knowledgeable. Maybe even you're a high school student and you want to get into fabrication for motorsports, not go work at Pierce. And
it's really helpful to be a part of an existing team. Like a lot of people like, well, I'll get messages sometimes like, hey, I just went to Crandon. It's awesome. What do you know? I want to get involved with what I do. I'm like, you need to like find a team in your area and ask them if you can help crew for them. Because then you can be there the whole off season, and you know you need to learn like what's going on. And if, like your question was like fabrication wise, like that's definitely a huge need. Every single vehicle needs tons of fabrication. At some point in its life after it's built, it's going to need some fab. So like, I mean, there's a handful of people that are really good. There's not that many people that like hire their stuff out. Like we kind of have like teams of people that help each other out.
Inside circle type.
Yeah. So it's like the best is to like try to find your local off-road chapter or, whatever, but, or just send me a message and I'll try to steer you in the right direction. I mean, people just wander into our shop sometimes and sometimes I'll just be like, well, let me just do this for you or show you something or whatever. And sometimes I'm like, I know whose car that was and we call them and, it is still a pretty small community. So there's always somebody willing to help somewhere. Yeah. It's always, we're always willing to help if we can. We try to. We've got a really good crew of guys at the shop. So you're going to get help somewhere if you should look for it. Even if you don't think you need it, like you should second opinion it, Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that are an experience like a vet would know right away that you would never have thought of.
Yeah. So in your motorsports fabrication, who is it that you've kind of someone's had a big influence on the way that you've fabricated?
I'm glad you asked that question because I get to drop more names this way.
All right.
So my biggest influences, as far as like what my job is, some like are directly and some indirectly, but Keith Stamper from Crandon, probably my number one influence as far as race cars and fabrication and just the whole outlook on what makes sense and what doesn't and stuff like that. And,
And I would say most of the Pro Light chassis probably are still.
Yeah, he's still got, I mean, he hasn't built a chassis in probably 10 years. And he probably still has, he might not have the most out there running anymore, but he's definitely the one who's built the most.
Yeah.
But he's, I would say definitely my number one influence. Like I was really lucky. I was pretty young, and when I became like the go-to guy for exhaust and stuff on all the pro trucks.
Yeah.
So I get to go through everybody's shops and see what's going on. That's like the dream for like a fab guy.
Yeah.
Is like you kind of are spying on shit, but
researching.
But like everybody you go to is just super, there's only so many people who do it. So everybody is super, everyone was always like so good to me, so I would say the whole Greaves gang, so like Johnny Greaves, that includes Kurt and that includes Brad, and Devin's there too now. And now CJ's like building stuff. And like Johnny taught me a lot of stuff. And Johnny goes out of his way to help a lot of people, and it's really cool to see like CJ continues to do that, he's like branched off and it's just ongoing, and then I might have wrote some of this down, but I mean, those were direct influences. I know somebody, like people that I didn't work with that still influenced me. Kevin Pence is Dustin's dad. So I think there's 3 boys racing side by sides now, like 570s maybe.
Okay.
That race.
Is that the same shop that
2 or 3
Mamer was at?
Yeah. So that's that same shop now. Yeah. And he kind of, I never worked with him or whatever. He ran the whole, he was on the Flannery team back in the day, but he ran the Baldwin team.
Okay.
When Josh and Jason Baldwin, were there, and then that grew, like they ended up having like 6 or some trucks like that or whatever, and they had Ricky Johnson come back, but like he like ran that whole team, but like I think I was only there like one time when they were building trucks, but like to me that was the first time where I was just like, holy shit, like this is like the pinnacle of the sport of how badass a truck can be, you know, like no offense like to anybody else, but like I was like that's what I want to do right there, you know. And I was just I you know, without ever talking to him about how anything worked or anything like that, is I was like, I learned a lot just by sitting there and staring at a truck for you know, like a half hour or whatever it was, you know. And that was, you know, the other guys were more directly like showing me stuff, you know. And then Dad had a lot of guys at our shop who were like hands-on, who weren't necessarily like professionals and stuff, but like kind of explain, you know, why things are done a certain way. But I don't know. The rest was just kind of like you see how other people, you kind of pick up on how other people like do certain things, and sometimes you have your own idea, and somebody else will compliment you on it. Like that's like a really, really big step, you know, like Case Gunderson is in Anago. He does Adrian's stuff. He's always been really cool, and he was always like the best fabricator guy, you know, so we looked up to him. That's probably the local guys. That probably covers the local guys. Yeah. I hope.
Yeah, definitely.
So when you get a non-Flying Dutchman built in the shop for like service, what are the top 3 things you typically find that maybe are neglected or might not be, you know, the best built or damaged, but that wasn't really the reason it was brought in?
Welding. We find a lot of defective welds, problems that might have, like, sometimes a truck can race for a few years, and sometimes it can even roll over, you know, and maybe not have a huge crash, but there's underlying kind of problems from when it was built that we sometimes I can find trends, and it depends on who built it and stuff. Like you kind of have an idea of what's going on underneath, but like we'll pay attention to structure a lot and welding. And some of that's really hard to find until it goes wrong, which is the worst case scenario. But seat mounting, the seat and the seat mounts are really, really like a pretty wide open rule in our sport that probably shouldn't be. Like containment seats really need to be mandated, and they're not. And the mounts should be looked at, and the seatbelt mounts, you know, like that kind of stuff. There's like, you'd be surprised in a pro truck with all of that money and all that effort that goes into it, how often you find like pretty basic stuff that's where you're just like, come on, you know, like, and stuff that people don't automatically like know is wrong, but like to the structure in the seat mounts, like where there's flex and there shouldn't be, and stuff, there's stuff that's rushed a lot of the time that, you know, like I'll just, you know, if there isn't time to do something, you know, you just need to stay up later and do it the right way. And when it comes to a person, you know, I've never lost sight of the fact that there's somebody's life that's in your hands. When you're the guy building the roll cage, mounting the seat, and like that's somebody's life, you know, and it's not a joke. Like you go 100 miles an hour through Crandon and could crash, and you could flip 15 times, you know, like after 2 flips, if that seat isn't where it is supposed to be anymore, if something bent, you know what's going to happen to that guy.
Yeah. I mean, you see all the videos of, we'll say again, back in the day, you know, before a lot of these things were implemented, before innovations were made, rules books were changed, and you got guys that were sucked against the window net.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean, even recently, there's been some stuff recently that you've seen that's been, not ideal when a truck goes over or things like that, or a UTV. So even recently, there's certain things that are,
Yeah. UTVs are a big deal because they're so fast and they're more like a sprint car in proportion, where when they roll, they roll and like pick up speed some of the time, almost. But and some of the ways that the cages are built, because they have to start with the stock, at least bottom half and stuff. But like when they follow some of the body lines and stuff, there's some of them have like really big spans in the roll cage where it just opens up problem areas to me.
Yeah, the body lines are not super ideal.
Yeah.
For some cases, and guys are not filling in the blanks.
Yeah.
Rulebook wise, like, what do you think one of the most recent or a rule that sticks out in your head that was implemented that helped save probably some lives in the hindsight 2020?
Rule change wise?
Yeah.
I can't really think of a change in the rule book. Was there something that I should know about?
No.
I didn't know if you were thinking of something.
It's just a question. Like, maybe safety gear, neck restraints, or,
I mean,
tubes being in the right spot.
The head and neck restraint / seat / seat belts. But I think a lot of drivers, I think it goes on a lot that people just have it, but they don't take the time to adjust everything like properly and stuff. Where and some people like get a claustrophobic feeling if they have if they can't move and stuff. Like you're not supposed to move. If you can't move, then you can't get momentum to hurt yourself. Is like the theory that works. So when they like sled test some of these seats to get their safety rating and stuff, which we don't really have I don't think we have a rule for any amount of safety rating in a seat. I don't think. I'm pretty sure I could build a seat and it could just raise, which I would build it. I know I would build a safe seat, but not somebody else might not. But like when they do the sled tests, they really control movement, and they're able to, in a containment, so you're able to control certain points on the body to eliminate damage to the rest of the body. So you hold on to your hips and your shoulder blades and stuff like that, and not your ribs. And
when you think of other industries that are using these seats, and monster trucks come to mind, I mean, that's clearly a good choice. That, hey, if this seat is designed to, do backflips, land on the roof, do backflips, land on the tail, do front flips, land on the nose, these seats are designed for that. Maybe we should be implicating that, because in off-road, unfortunately, we come into situations that we land on the roof, we land on the tail, and we land on the nose and doors and every other angle that you can think of, multiple times sometimes.
Yeah. We really got to know the guy who did all the seats for most of the monster trucks in the world. The company was called ISP, and Chris was the guy who owned it, but he passed away a couple years ago. But we get to know him really well, and he knew a lot of stuff about anatomy, had a lot of data like behind him and stuff, and all the monster truck people had his seats, and he did our stuff personally for everybody on our team and whatever. But like to me an aluminum containment seat, Butler makes them and LaJoy makes them, that's at least somewhat personalized to each driver, is one of the next steps. That at least in the, maybe there's a mile an hour or something that they should be like. A lot of the UTVs are so fast, and the trucks are so fast. Like the buggy stuff, like a Sparko is probably okay, you know, but you know, that's what we use in the buggies. But yeah, an aluminum seat, like in NASCAR and some of the other series, they have a minimum weight for your seat. So that some of that carbon fiber shit, like, isn't going to fly, or if it is, it has to be really, really heavy, you know, doubled up and stuff. Like, I think that's a good idea. It's something that should be looked at. I mean, a lot of people will just completely bypass a lot of that. And I've got some other stuff at the shop, like right now, that I'll post some videos. I get a lot of good feedback on any safety videos and stuff. So I've got some stuff like kind of queued up that'll be out there in the next like month or so.
Perfect.
That's good. And there's stuff like tech can only do so much too, like where it, you know, it fits the rule, like it's a common practice to do something and it passes, it's good. You know, it's fine. But if there's a better way to do something, normally I'll just take the time to do that, you know?
Yeah.
And I do that on some customers' trucks without telling them that. Like, I'll just say, hey, like, I didn't like that, so I just did it. And I didn't put it on your bill. I just wanted that to happen, you know? So that's pretty common at our place.
Yeah. That's good to hear. I mean, you're keeping the community safe and keeping thoughtfulness to the future of it. But what do you think is the next high priority safety feature that needs to be implemented or thought of or, you know, problem solved?
After the seats? K-rails.
K-rails? So you're talking concrete barriers that...
K-rails? Yeah.
Yeah.
K-rails are so fucking scary to me, where you've got this giant concrete Lego, and it's more and more common that it's lining both sides of the tracks that we race on.
Yeah.
That if it has a fence on it and it's supporting a fence, that's kind of one thing. But especially if you see them all the time where it's on the outside of a corner, if you ever got to witness the damage that when a truck rolls over and lands on a K-rail, what that does, and like how much damage that causes to any vehicle. Like, it could be a short course car, like whatever the lightest thing is, going 40 miles an hour or whatever. But like, especially like a truck or a side-by-side, like.
So probably a most recent event of that I can think of is Anderson at Glen Helen.
Oh, did he land on a K-rail?
He landed on the K-rail.
This is bad news.
I think it was like if you plan out if you look at the video, an eighth of a rotation, it would have been all pressure of the K-rail point right on driver's side.
That's worse.
Upper.
Worst case scenario is you land upside down and it's that the you know, and what are they, 6 inches, 8 inches wide on top?
I would say 6.
You know,
Yeah.
enough to walk, barely enough to walk on, you know. But if you land on that, on the driver's side, you're done. There's nothing stopping that. If it's a 4,000-pound vehicle going almost any speed, I've seen a truck just come through a bike and just tip over and do a one flip. Like, we're talking like maybe 40 is complete destruction.
Yeah.
And that's that. I think of that every single race weekend and stuff. And I've talked to maybe not every single track I've talked to, but like, so that like keeps me up at night.
So we know the problem. What is solutions?
Like at Lena, they have right by their flag stand and stuff, and then how the track gets real close coming to turn 2, right? There's like a fence dividing that, where if there's a fence on top, you can't land on top. Like a
have
catch
you seen
fence.
Jimmy Henderson?
Jimmy seems to get in lots of trouble.
He certainly tried.
I don't know. I mean, at
But
least
I see it's a
a
catch fence.
a deflection.
Yeah.
You know, like at Crandon, when you go to the barn and you go around the skybox, the edge of the wall's there, and then there's just a top, and it's like a flat and whatever.
Yeah.
But I've seen stuff there Johnny Greaves was up there a few years ago, and it's not good. And I've seen a couple people like
extern one.
that's a common place where people will slide up into the wall or hit somebody and flip and land on top. Like it's fairly common to be there. It's like that's the number one, I think, probably thing I can think of that really scares me.
Well, isn't there the wall in turn one at Crandon?
The whole outside, inside is lined both ways, you know.
Yeah.
There's like the simplest thing is a fence, and there's, you know, anytime you bring up something where there's going to be expense to fix it, it gets tabled pretty quick a lot of the time, you know, because it's not like a problem where like someone hasn't got like really hurt yet, you know, and it's just I think we got lucky a lot. Yeah. I invented some other stuff that could happen that would be way more expensive. Mickey Thompson series was in 88 and 90 and that era, and they had a K-rail that was plastic full of water.
Okay.
You know, that was 30 years ago.
It would deviate you if you hit it bluntly.
At least you crash it, it just explodes, you know, and it just breaks apart. Like we had that couple of races back in Torque. You know, if you think of what it would take to replace, if you look at even like the worst case, like the corners where you could flip and it was on the outside of a corner at every track, like the expense that would take, you know, it's not going to fly for a lot of tracks if they're not, you know, if we're not seeing a major problem, you know, it's hard to justify, but it's just something I think about because I've had to repair like a handful of vehicles that it was a crash that wasn't even memorable, that, you know, like people they just pulled the car off and then, and I'm just like, this car is completely fucking, and there's no stop. Like it's a complete, you know, 1 3/4 120 tube from here to here, and it's kinked 12 inches down. Yeah. You know, I'm like, if that was where the driver was, he's done, you know, completely gone. So,
yeah. Lighter subject.
So that's my ominous bad news of the night.
Lighter subject. So current classes for kids, maybe? No. Oh, you got something else?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when we were at Glen Helen, there might have been a Class 11 bug that was out there that appears to be acquired for your mom, Nancy. What are your thoughts on that, and what are the plans, if you can share, for 2026?
You know, they keep saying that my mom's going to race it.
That's what I was told.
That's what I was told. And I knew that my dad was trying to buy. My dad was in the market. Now that it happened, I can say that. But my dad was in the market for a Class 11 car for like the last 3 years, talking to a couple of different people. And he didn't want to buy he wanted to buy one of the good ones and stuff. But like, I think he kind of missed the boat on the hype of the Class 11s by a couple years. But, you know, Wilkie was getting rid of that thing. And Dad had talked to him for a few years about getting that. And then they keep talking about like my mom racing. I'm like, dude, mom's like 66. I don't know what, like, maybe she'll race it. I don't know. But,
so are you going to race it?
I haven't talked to my mom about it, but I'm just like, why would she fucking race that thing? Mom raced in 92, probably was the last time, I bet. I'm just like, and they're all, my dad's like, oh yeah, she said she wants to race it. I don't know. I'm just like an old lady. Why would she, like, that is not a good idea at all. You know? I don't know. Rayford did pretty good. I think it might be a better idea if we just kind of like rotate some people out for fun and like wrench on it.
How about you?
I'm not going to fucking race it.
Okay.
I'm done. So full disclosure, so everyone knows, I'm done racing anything. I won't even race a pedal bike anymore. So.
Pit bike.
I won't race a pit bike. I'd probably race a Pro 2 before I'd race a pit bike again. I can't. It ain't happening. I got some issues that make me not be able to race. So
I think I have the last video of you racing a pit bike then.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate, but
Yeah.
okay. Well,
I have a doctor's note. I can't race. I really can't.
Makes sense.
if you were to look at today's current classes for kids, and you had a kid that was entry level, what route would you put that kid through?
What's a kid? What's the age of a kid?
So
Because there's kids racing Pro 2. There's fucking 13-year-old kids racing Pro-Spec, right?
yeah. So let's talk like 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds.
Oh.
And then if you want the goal to be Pro 4.
Has anyone actually ever transitioned all the way through?
CJ raced a trophy cart. Did you know that? They had a before the short course carts came about, there was they had a trophy cart exhibition race.
Okay.
And I think CJ was in that. There's like 3 or 4 cars. I think.
Does that sway your answer?
No. No. We'll see. I mean, you know, the most of the really young entry level classes teach kids to hold momentum, and they teach dads how to yell at each other. So I don't like most of the kids' classes anymore. We helped get the short course carts going, and then we had our team racing those things, and then I was never so happy to get the fuck out of a class.
Yeah.
Because everyone gets all pumped up because when it's their own kids, everyone's pretty fired up. So,
Yeah.
but we kind of just treated it like we would anybody else, and we trained them what to do, and had, we were doing lines on the whiteboard and stuff like that, and it worked out good. And I was really glad to get out of that. And then the mod carts are really cool. The kids got to be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to start in a vehicle and then go to mod cart, because the mod cart's an animal. So like the steps now, once you get into mod cart and you're in that for a few years, like if you can win in mod cart, you're ready for a Pro-Spec or something, like the power to weight ratio is probably more in a mod cart. I don't know. It might be. I don't know. But it seems funner to drive a mod cart to me.
We have discussed the adult version of a mod
they
cart.
had that. They had that. They made a adult. They had like an adult pro driver like mod cart race with like these big ones. I remember Kyle Leduc raced that for like an exhibition thing. I don't know. I mean, a mod cart's fun enough for anybody to drive.
We said Friday nights under the lights, adult mod cart races.
I've had a conversation with a couple of the dads who are just like, screw it, you should just make mod carts open age. And he's just like, I would race that. But
So you're saying for a kid, go mod cart and then Pro-Spec? And then
yeah, maybe. I mean, it's really, when you have a young guy guy or girl who's like ready to move to different things, it's all budget related. It's budget first, in our sport. So if budgets, if they're like really, really good in mod cart, I don't know. Pro Light's not really looking so good these days, so they could probably shit can Pro Light pretty soon, I feel like. Is that the next question?
It leads into it.
It's like the direct next question. I'll answer it because you have, when you go to Fall Crandon and you have 11 Pro Lights,
yeah.
that's bad. That's real bad, because like 3 years ago there was like 35. And 2 years ago there was probably 28, That's bad. And then when we go to Glen Helen, where all of these cars are sitting there and everyone can't race them and they're dying to race them and nobody else brings one.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many there were in Glen Helen, 8.
Maybe
Well, we had-
maybe if it was lucky, it was 8.
Yeah.
Brody Ingelston joined on
Yeah.
the.
And I,
Glen Helen.
Yeah,
like-
but not. They lost a couple.
Yeah.
they lose a lot and then they gain, I figured they would
Yeah.
sustain the number and nah. And it's, look, man, the writing's on the wall. Pro-Spec is working. Pro-Lite is not.
Okay. 2 youth classes that you would eliminate. Okay. 2 sportsman classes you would eliminate, and 2 pro classes you would eliminate. But then 1 that you would add back, whether it's sportsman, youth, or pro.
I would eliminate 6 UTV classes and add a time where all the sportsman guys can fucking party.
And that is called a loophole.
Oh yeah, I'm kidding. I don't hate the UTVs.
Doesn't sound like it.
I did that for the soundbite. I just want full credit for that. Look, that's along the lines of I don't get a say
Okay.
in that. So that's a pretty deep hypothetical where I don't get a say. So it doesn't really matter what I think. I'm not invited to the committee of deciding.
I think like the really easy one is what you already hit, like Pro-Lite, right? That's your 1 pro class that's probably
Yeah.
discontinuing itself.
Everybody's hated Pro-Lite. What's happened to the engine program for Pro-Lite for years and years and years. Like as soon as they started making them faster and faster and faster, before the LSs even happened, it was a problem. And then, it was kind of working because there was interest and there was people that showed up and stuff. But now that, it worked better for Lucas. And then now that the budgets aren't there and the specs are kind of happening, like they should probably, I would probably say, like, give them, say, at this point, this date, we're just going to call it a day. It's been real, but the pro specs are working right now. We're not even a month after the season. There's already been 1 truck that wasn't racing, the last truck that wasn't racing sold, and 2 trucks that were racing sold. And right now there's no trucks available for people to buy, and people want to buy them. So, and
Sounds like
it
someone needs to make a few more.
Yeah.
So, just to bring the UTV conversation back.
That's fine. I'm not, I'll be the asshole. I'm sorry.
I think I already know the answer. I think you might have already said it,
Shit.
but we'll go for the soundbite. But what are your thoughts on UTV racing? And do you really think that they saved the sport? As we just had recently CJ on that alluded to that, there was the influx of UTVs that helped save the sport in the aspect of car count, interest, and investment.
Okay, so you got to look at it this way. How many people in a pro class are either come from UTVs and how many come from sportsmen? UTV, right? So we got to be honest that way, right? UTV brings in people from everywhere,
Yeah, trail rider too.
everybody,
Yeah.
and the manufacturer, like the sponsorship side of things. How many companies are a UTV manufacturer supporting a team or the series or both? And how many are supporting sportsman or pro racing? UTVs, right? By far. On both cases, it's just overwhelmingly, there's no contest. So it kind of answers itself. I think it's pretty obvious, the UTV takeover, I guess, or whatever happened where all of a sudden there's this huge flood was kind of hard to stomach when it was happening, because it's just so many classes. Like, it's, to me, I don't really get the, I don't think anybody likes our daily schedule at the track, why you have 20 classes, where if you focused on having 10 classes that had more than 20 vehicles in it, like, or you could have like heat races or eliminations or some, we should be weeding out the bottom minimum lap times or qualifying or something. Like, you want to race the best against the best. And the whole point of the race is to find out who's the best.
Yeah.
And if you continue to have all these classes with 5 vehicles in it, or, and they're not all like that. Like, I'm talking to all classes combined, Yeah. Anytime a class has 12 or 10, like, that's not considered a full field in any other form of racing except for short course. Right?
It used to be that we had, 20 plus in almost every single class, it seems like.
Yeah. So it really should be like 20 cars is a lot to put on our tracks at a lot of these tracks. And in certain classes, like some classes, it's better to, you can have more, but like the trucks,
That would be, if there's 20 Pro 4s at Lena, would be insane.
Yeah. And now that, if you mention Pro 4, like, why isn't Pro 4 ever talked about being on the chopping block?
It's I think there's somewhat of a case, and I think, as the years go by, I think that case gets bigger and bigger, because there's a lot more people on the way out of Pro 4 than you believe are on the way into Pro 4.
Yeah. So it's our sport, like, Crandon is so like big and so like central to the whole sport, where, the cup race is so huge and hyped up, and that's like the Daytona or whatever, but people are so used to seeing that Pro 4, Pro 2 race and see the Pro 4s, and they're used to seeing more of a full field at one race, where if you were to take that away, would it really hurt? It would probably really do a lot of damage to the sport, where fans might not come back, or the show would suffer, right? So you can never have the show suffer, but imagine if all of these Pro 2 guys got to race, and they got to race, and CJ was part of that, and Henderson, and you got to find out who was the best every day,
Well, that's the thing. Even if you look at Crandon this year, the cup race, the truck counts in Pro 4 weren't what they used to be. Like, you're seeing that decline too. So even the cup race is suffering because truck counts are dropping.
Yeah. I mean, Johnny's got a couple years left in him. How long can Adrian keep it up?
Yeah.
I told a bunch of people this year, and they didn't believe me, but Adrian's first year in Pro 4 was in 1998. Did you know that?
I knew it was a long time ago, but
I didn't know the exact year, but I knew it's been a while.
I didn't know it was when I was 8 years old.
I don't know how old Adrian is, because they started calling me a vampire on the other podcast, but I think Adrian's really the real vampire. But then, it's just always, it's just the coolest. It's the coolest race car you've ever seen, and one of the most hard to watch races you've ever watched, because you start off with, you only start off with 7 or 8 most of the time, and then 3 of them break down right away, and then you just drive around.
Well, I think like the pinnacle of it for me is Glen Helen this year. CJ's hanging back for the points. He's not even, like, he's still trying to keep pace, but he's not being competitive. He still gets on the podium. Like, that to me tells you, if you watch that one race, that's all you need to know about the state of Pro 4.
And the series going forward, they need, like, maybe the whole Pro 4 class, they need to call RJ and say, how can we get you at every single race? That one more competitive truck that's like he's like a threat to win every day
would make a huge difference.
makes such a huge difference. I don't watch Pro 4 at all, but I've seen the highlights and stuff. But the fact that he's there and he's a threat.
Every time we talk Pro 4 and RJ's in it, I think I say the line all the time that he just elevates the level of competition.
Yeah.
And, it brings it to another level. And I think that even the competitors welcome it.
Yeah, because even at Glen Helen, you think about it, when on Saturday, it ended up being Jimmy Henderson, RJ Anderson, CJ Greaves, and granted it's hard to pass there, but the three of them were mixing it up for multiple laps and made a great show.
Mm-hmm. So, if a fan is wanting to support a driver, they pay their entry fee. How a lot of fans think that entry fee is helping the drivers.
Oh shit.
What do you think is the best way for them to actually support or help that driver? Because as Insight kind of goes, that entry fee doesn't always trickle down to the driver.
I remember the conversation why this question came about. And I didn't imagine it being asked that way, because you made it really PC. so probably thanks for that. But all I'm gonna say is, like, I've seen in our sport, I've seen fans and drivers like contribute to the payout of the races. Like the Greaves will auction off or raffle off shit like helmets or whatever at Crandon, and put it towards the payout, because the payout is so terrible that I don't, like, maybe that happens. I don't really follow any other racing or whatever, but it's like a Pro 4 is like legitimately like a $500,000 vehicle, and you've got probably the most legendary, greatest racer that you've ever had in the sport trying to come up with another $1,000 to put towards fourth or fifth place guy or something like that. Like that just seems crazy to me. It's just, so I don't know if a fan, you hear a lot of fans say, if I won the lottery, I would give it all to you, and so you could build a race truck or something. Like, I've heard that like 100 times.
Yeah.
At Crandon, I don't know. I mean, it's just, it'll never, until, everyone's trying to waiting for either sponsors or manufacturers or TV to get involved, and everyone's waiting for this big breakthrough, and we've been waiting for that for 20 years now. So I've been around long enough to, like,
it's still coming.
It's I'm, pardon me for losing some of my enthusiasm, and being a little, having some dry humor a lot of the time. So
well, I think it was not too long ago at ERX. The joke was the pit bike race that happened in the first couple of years of ERX. The winner of the pit bike race probably made more than the driver that took first place in the pros.
Yeah. Amen.
So probably the root of the answer is that if you're a fan and you think that you're helping support a race team by coming to the races, really probably buying merch, getting involved with their social media, those type of things are probably more effective than the ticket sale price, everything like that. Obviously, still come to the races, enjoy it, but while you're there, enjoy some merch, enjoy some interaction, and hit some likes.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, like, Crandon and Bark River and Lena, like, that's our bread and butter. Where if we didn't have fans going to those races, the racetrack would would quit, so we need the places to race, ERX. I've heard some rumors there. I hope they continue to race and stuff. Like
I do think this season and their switch of days and the people that showed out, and I feel like this season especially ERX had more fan support than we saw in recent seasons. So hopefully that momentum carries it.
The physical numbers went up too. So
yeah. But
I think that
as far as like they can get, whether there's 500 people or 50,000 people, it doesn't affect the racers.
Yeah.
It's like, I've had some, I'm pretty vocal about like racing in the mud and canceling events and whatever. Just because I'm always trying to look out for the best for the racers, especially the lower budget racers, because a lot of times like the bigger teams sometimes will act like it's whatever they want goes, and they don't always seem to understand that they need the little teams to have someone to race against, Yeah. So like, I'm vocal about certain things. I've had fans getting in my face and say that, the money I paid for my wristband goes right to your payout. And I'm just like, you fucking have no idea what you're talking about, because if 5 people or 50,000 people show up, it doesn't change my payout at all, So there's a lot of other forms of racing that they put up, they tell you what the payout is ahead of time, and it's up to the promoter to fill the stands to cover and get sponsors to cover their ass for that, So
and the standard is set, and they have to meet the standard.
Yeah, so like locally here where we're at 141 and in Luxembourg, and I have people that race sport mods that I know and stuff, and they have like a $20,000 to $30,000 car that regularly race $10,000 to win.
Yeah.
Races multiple times ever in the summer and stuff, and that's equal to the second biggest race in our entire sport.
Yeah.
It's tough. I mean, I'm not dragging the tracks, because I've been in a lot of meetings with different tracks, and they're all great people that contribute, to the payout and stuff. So like they don't necessarily, nobody says they have to do that.
Yeah.
So it's not saying you need to. I demand that you do this, because, if you, it just has to, in order for the pro stuff to get any better, there has to be something.
Yeah. Yeah.
So until that happens, we're stuck. We're gonna have 6 to 10 Pro 4s.
Let's make her happen. Let's
life.
Let's get wheels turning.
Well, even if like the cup race at the end of the year was all of a sudden winners gets 50, 100,000, that you see that you're talking about, some of the circle track races can pull.
Yeah.
Like even that one race, like unfortunately it might bring out a lot of people for that one race weekend. But maybe, it gets them to go to a short schedule and they get bought in, it keeps it extending. But just to start getting more guys out there, like I think even if you make that one race to start off a big purse, maybe that starts getting more people get their trucks back out and car counts to go back up.
Yeah.
Yeah, clear. Obviously the money isn't, the truckloads full of money that some of the people talk about, like that's not legitimately there, so if,
yeah.
Everybody wants to see 20 Pro 4s race against each other,
Yeah. Well, the big thing too is you're offering that payout. You got to fall through and make sure that they get the payout.
Yeah.
It's one thing to offer. It's another thing to actually pay it out.
Yeah. Well, I'm in need of a comp caution, and then we'll come back and do the restart and head towards the checkered flag.
We are back, everybody, for our restart section where we jump into some, I guess we're calling them the shotgun answers, just a quick hit. So you have unlimited budget, crew chief of a Pro 2. Who are you putting in that Pro 2? Kyle Gleiman, Mickey Thomas, someone else?
Oh, it's not. I can pick anybody,
Yeah.
and I can't drive.
Like, can you be?
You're the crew chief. I guess you could crew chief and be driver.
That worked
out.
out pretty good last time.
But you can't drive anyways. You have a doctor's note.
Yeah, I know. I built the truck that Kleiman and I already won a championship, and I built that truck. I won a championship with Mickey. I didn't build that truck, but like the job's already done there. So I'm just gonna power forward. We're gonna stick with Jacob.
Oh,
I'm not calling a shot that we're gonna win a championship like next year or anything like that, but we're just, I didn't think very many people gave us a chance to so much as get a podium this year, right? And
yeah.
I think he turned some heads. So we're gonna keep plugging away. I'm not like trying to call out and say we're gonna come out and win the championship right away, but it's we definitely have some momentum, and it's been a really fun process. So we're just gonna keep living real life here for a while. It's been cool.
What is the most frustrating time you've had in a spotter's tower?
What kind of stories do you have back there? Yeah, I want to hear what you have first. Now I need to know this.
So we've heard the infamous Napa hat incident.
Yeah.
That might have been a frustrating time.
I don't know. Half of the time, like the stuff that Morris ended up doing to himself was just funny in the end, but I mean, because we had such a good relationship and stuff, and he didn't take it so hard on himself. Like if he made the mistake, and like if he's leading a race and he made a big mistake, like it wasn't like all doom and gloom and stuff. Like it was still kind of all good, and we're just like we got to figure out how to be better and stuff. So the most frustrated I've been is when the officials in the spotter stand were not realizing some of the strategy that was going on by teams in the spotter stand that were ruining either the race or more specifically the qualifying session for everybody. And they were like kind of trying to get control over the situation, but they didn't fully understand like why this was happening. And I was like short circuiting because I completely know what's going on and why somebody holds back in qualifying or doesn't, or is trying to position themselves. Cause you want, like, not only do you get your starting spot, but you get points. And, I just try to like, let them go and try to like not be an asshole and stuff. And then sometimes it just comes boiling over and I just start like screaming and swearing a little. Yeah, I'm not a big like screamer guy, but that's definitely where I get the most frustrated. It doesn't happen a ton, but it's.
So is there a specific event to pound down?
It's just like the worst thing that happens every year is in Crandon, so many people show up just for that race, and they don't care, and they're mixed in. They're with all of the points contenders, and their job is just to show up and do the best they can for them, and they're doing the best they can for themselves. They're not purposely trying to screw over the points guys, I guess, but that's what they need to do to win. And it's pretty chaotic sometimes. So then, and some of us completely understand what their strategies are, and so it gets pretty heated in the spotter stand sometimes, like in that ways. But like it's to try to like convey that to somebody who's not in that mindset of a individual team being strategic. If they're just looking at an overall, like, hey, why aren't you guys going? But it's not like a big problem 90% of the time. So I'm pretty cool about it. So,
A non-shotgun question here,
oh,
but between Morris and Chad Rayford, you've been involved in both those teams. Who has the most wrecks? Because, I mean, Morris, we talked to him. He's got, was it 28, 29?
I think he said 29. I think the number's 29. Rollovers. But there's more wrecks.
Yeah, so in general, who do you think is the most damage probability?
Well, I mean, Sean's the undisputed king of rolling over.
Yes.
And he's, at this point in his, where he's at now, I think he's like, I'm not saying he's proud of that, but he's like, he kind of wears that, you know?
The badge.
Yeah. And he gets it, and nobody's ever going to top him because nobody will stay in the class, you know, before, like, he joined me on the Rosales camp this summer, and it was super fun. And before he did that, he was like, hey, this Rosales kid, I think has a chance. I think he's going to dethrone me. It's going to be fucking awesome, you know? Because Jacob was on pace where if he stuck in it, he could have done it, you know, and stuff. But we righted that ship, and now he's awesome, right?
When we say dethrone, we mean dethrone of rollovers.
But Sean was like, dude, this kid is going to roll over 30 times. And I'm like, no, he's not going to do that. But as far as Rayford and Sean, like, Sean's definitely the undisputed rollover. Like, but when you specifically said the word wrecks,
yeah,
Rayford has wrecked a bunch of times. And Morris has tipped over a bunch of times, you know, but it's still Sean. I ain't gonna kid it. Like, okay. I've wrecked a lot of times. I've wrecked without rolling, you know, like, so yeah. It's still Sean.
I just see the highlights of Chad Rayford upside down.
Yeah. Oh man.
On the front straightaway. Then the highlights of Anago.
Yeah.
Death rhythm section, just causing chaos.
Yeah. He just has so many.
And then ERX tumbling.
Yeah.
On the Jersey barrier.
He has so many just like spectacular, like hard.
Yeah.
And you're just like, holy shit.
And some of those you just, hey, all the wheels on it, I'm going to keep on going.
Yeah. Yep. Tough as nails.
So what are 3 things that you should take out of your race truck when it's on display?
The driver, gas, the battery. I don't know. Like, his secrets or what?
Should you take the steering wheel maybe?
Oh, fuck. I didn't see where that was going. These are all Jake questions.
That was yes.
He was there.
Yep.
Yeah.
You want to share the story?
Well, if it's on display, I mean, yeah, I mean, who's going to rob your steering wheel? You know, like I raced Pro 2 in Charlotte, night race, parked the truck. And that back in the day, that was Johnny versus Ricky days. So obviously we would run and go up and watch Pro 4. And somebody fucking stole my firewall panel that had the flip down fire door in it off of my truck. Like, I think we might have undid the Zeus buttons, undid the panel to get some heat out, and then bolted. Somebody stole my fucking door and my firewall panel and my steering wheel off of the truck. And we came back and all this shit's gone. And I think we might have recovered the door. Look, best case scenario is that I never found the guy with the steering wheel, because I would still be in jail down in Charlotte. I'm not like, it would have been an ugly fucking scene. One of us wasn't walking out of there, but I never found my steering wheel.
So reviewing the question.
Oh,
you should take the door panel.
Okay.
Well,
I mean,
it wasn't really on display though.
No, I mean, yeah, you definitely should take the steering wheel. Take the steering wheel off. I mean, anytime we were at a show, I unhooked the battery, so no idiot would jump in there and push a button, right?
Yeah.
So, was that the last race of the weekend then?
Yeah, that was Saturday night.
Otherwise, what would you how do you deal with that? Do you have spare steering wheel with you?
No, but we would have figured it out because we're in
You would've
Charlotte
borrowed
and
it,
we know enough people around and stuff
Yeah.
where,
That's an interesting predicament to be in.
I was hot. I mean, I don't get really, really mad often, but I was really, really mad then. I was like so mad. Yeah, we're gonna rumble in the parking lot.
Yeah. So now we are at the checkered flag. That means near the end of the race here. Most memorable fan interaction.
Wait, near the end of the race, isn't the checkered flag the end?
That's
Checkered flag
The
is
end
in
of the
sight.
race.
We have three.
The end of the race.
Yeah. We have 3 questions of the checkered flag, so I'm gonna call it near.
Okay.
So most memorable fan interaction that you've had.
Me while I was racing or
Yes.
in my whole life.
You can put it as your whole life, but I think personally as you.
I don't think I can say what I'm thinking. Are you serious?
We've had that said twice now.
Yeah.
These guys have been sitting here feeding me whiskey all night and then talking about what fans come up and say to me when I get done winning Pro 2 races.
Enough said.
Oh my goodness.
So at this point, not looking back in the racing career, but now how you're involved, what would you consider a successful season?
That's a good question because I feel like success is defined by yourself, as if you're the driver or the team or crew chief or whatever it is, I didn't have good success for a long time when I got to Pro 2, results wise. But I didn't really let that bring me down. I always thought of it as, what did I learn? So you define what your goals are and then what your success is, because I wasn't really winning races for a long time, but I'm like, okay, this is what I learned. This is what I can bring to my program, for the next year to improve and try to get to, you really decide what your own goals are. And, you're not, as long as you don't give up, you're not failing. So, you want to have some fun and be competitive, or you want to just go out and dominate everybody, or, you define your own career, I guess. So that, I kind of always was fairly good at blocking out the noise and stuff. So it's, every single season is its own thing. Now that I'm kind of just working with other teams and stuff, we've had different goals every year. It's it's a lot different it's definitely a lot more pressures off of you working with a rookie driver like I was this year, or not a rookie technically, but not a lot of pressure. You're just trying to do the best you can, and then you have a lot of success. It's you're riding a high there. But then the year before that, we were expected to win all the time, and that you're the favorite and you have to win. That's a different level of pressure that a lot of people don't think about, So it is hard to win in that position. I've been there a couple of times where, when there's no excuses and you have to win because that's what's expected. It's a kind of a different level of pressure.
Yeah,
makes sense.
Yeah. I just take it year by year. It's just, you have to be honest with yourself and your team of
the expectations.
this is what our expectations are. And this is, I mean, there's a lot of money going into this stuff, so, when they invest that and, like me now, they say, I mean, I know how much money people have invested into their whole program, and they say, you're the guy who's going to get us to the end, and this is what the goal is. It's hard not to have some pressure, right? So even if it's, well, we'd really like to have this, X, there's always an X amount of something, it's never, it's whatever. They never say it's go have fun,
Yeah.
We'd like to have fun and also get some podiums, so it's like, all right, here we go. This is, and then you're always keeping a little count. So, whether I show it or not, I always have that in the back. Like, I'm always trying to keep the driver loose, but also push as much as I think is necessary.
Yeah. I think one of the last questions we have here is, do you have I know you're highly involved with Walker Evans, with your dad buying his truck. Actually, Walker won one of his races.
I wasn't highly involved.
Well, you were involved. And do you have a really good Walker story?
Not. I have a favorite Walker story for me. The first time I really had like a personal experience with Walker is when Dad bought that truck.
Yeah.
Which was a real Dodge pickup truck,
Like
with OEM frame rails and a steel cab. That was Walker's last big Dodge, and it was like a real truck originally that they built this race car out of, and then Dad put a Chevy body on, and then we went out to when they did the Glen Helen race. Which probably was the first time Dad raced that truck or whatever, but the Walker took us all out to dinner. And I remember him eating, I was 10 years old or 8 years old or something like that. But they took us to this Mexican restaurant, which we probably have never had Mexican food in our lives aside from Taco John's, but I remember Walker taking off his cowboy hat and wiping the sweat off of his forehead because he was eating so much hot stuff. That was like my personal experience, with him outside of the track. But then, when they did, it had to have been Walker's Hall of Fame induction. I think it was. They had a party for him at Crandon.
Yeah.
And it was in town. And I wore my signed Walker Evans farewell tour shirt that still fit me, kinda. Shirt, and I wore that because I thought it was so cool. And that wasn't that long ago, so I was an adult, and I was wearing the shirt that he signed. And I was racing Pro 2 at the time, and I just there was a line to say hi to Walker and stuff, so I waited in line and stuff, and I was just I just said congratulations or whatever to Walker, it's I'm really happy that you came out, and stuff to Crandon and stuff. And he just said, he goes, I know you. He goes, you're a really good racer.
Ooh.
And I was just like, holy fuck,
Yeah.
And that was probably a career highlight of mine.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Solid.
I'll never forget that.
If you had to give a title to the pioneer of short course to one person, who do you think the pioneer of short course would be?
One person?
One person. The pioneer. The one that rode the steed in first. Dramatic pause.
Will you use that dramatic pause?
Probably.
One quote that I'll never forget was from Gary Bradley. And I guarantee 90% of people like watching online or in person won't know who that is. But some people called him Egghead. And I'm not going to explain that anymore. But Egghead once told me that Larry Stetsny, he was the best of us. So to me, I could not think of a higher compliment in my life, like for Larry Stetsny. And a lot of people might not even know who Larry is. But when you cross the finish line and that guy gives you the checkered flag, that's Larry. And it's Shane's dad.
Yeah.
And for Gary Bradley to say that to me about Larry is what makes up my mind on that question. So, growing up, we knew who Faye was, and Faye won so many championships in the old Class 6, in the old blue Chevelle.
Yeah.
And everybody knew who Faye was, and he won so many, and we all looked up to Faye, and we still do and stuff. And Faye is like very important to me in my, in just random people I look up to and stuff. And we didn't know Larry that much, but I knew who Egghead was and stuff. So for him to say that, that's about the highest compliment I could ever think of.
Yeah. I think that's solid.
Mm-hmm.
So I know you brought up the Walker story, but what is your most memorable moment in your off-road history?
My whole life?
In off-road, yep.
I'm diving deep, boys. But
I can tell.
I'm
deep in thought.
I remember riding bikes at Crandon before there was any blacktop and before the roads were really super established.
You just showed up and parked.
And we were just kind of like popping wheelies over like rocks sticking out of the ground and stuff like that. And we got kicked out of every single square inch of the track every weekend. And then seeing an airplane like coming through and just going "Rawr!" and just buzz the track like crazy low. And that's when we knew Scott Taylor was there, because he would buzz the track.
He still does.
And then he still fucking does that. And they hire him to come and he had that red airplane with the smoke.
Yeah.
That was Scott Taylor this year. And then we knew like, oh my God, Scott Taylor's here. And we're just riding our bikes and we're like, yeah. And we're like popping wheelies.
Nice.
And then this year, and I'm 40 years old almost, and soon, 39 years old. And I'm like, that's fucking Scott Taylor, in his airplane, blowing smoke on Crandon, buzzing low, being a badass.
Yep.
And I'm just like, I just feel like a kid again. And I'm like, I'd taken a video of it on my phone, like being a dork, but like,
it was cool.
It was cool. And I'm like, that's Scott Taylor. And like, I'm like, people don't even know. And they, and then talking to Scott later on, I'm like, I know that was you, and I'm just holding a conversation with him now. That's pretty cool.
Absolutely.
And I'm just like it's just really cool to like
full circle
to see it. He used to call me Hot Rod, and we used to hit him with squirt guns and water balloons and shit.
That's funny.
So, who should we interview next? In your opinion?
I would like to see some top fives from people that are in people's top fives,
Okay.
like Seafeld, Steiny, and Stingle,
Yeah.
the three S's.
Yeah.
Maybe Fitz.
Absolutely.
Fitz would be a good one. Fitz will be in town.
Ooh.
Yeah, in a week or two. I'll tell you when.
Okay.
Remind me.
Do you have any names you want to touch on here before we exit stage right?
Do you want to ask me about underrated drivers?
We can absolutely ask you.
Do you have time?
Do you
It's
have-
2 a.m.
Yeah, a little bit, maybe.
What's your underrated drivers list?
Underrated drivers that I have yet to mention
Yeah.
in my list.
Is there any left?
The drivers that are next on my list in Pro 4 that hurt to not put him in the top 5, but are there is Scott Douglas. And I've heard him get brought up in some of these before, but the length of career that he had versus how relevant he became, and then maybe had a slump, but then became again, like, huge factor and won and crushed it. And then, from what I remember, being super clean driving the whole time, like, is the number one thing that I remember.
Yeah, I was on the Scott Douglas. I remember it was at Redbud. Me and my dad just went for whatever reason. We're sitting at a picnic table next to a guy, and he just starts talking to us, asking where we're from, whatever. And it was Scott Douglas, and like we held like a 40 minute conversation with him, and that still sticks with me because I thought it was cool. Like, he didn't have to talk to me and my dad, but he took the time out of his day to talk to us about it, and that was cool.
Yeah, for sure. Kurt Leduc is, unfortunately, like, a lot of his accomplishments are lost to the older eras that I can't really define, but I know that he's there, not for the reason that Scott's there, because Kurt was known as more of a brute, but Jeff Kincaid, for sure. Driver-wise, 100% underrated driver, like, of history. For Jeff to be in Pro Light, be one of the most dominant people you've ever seen, and then go to Pro 2 and be super good, and then won some cup races and stuff. And I think putting his focus on Keegan, he put all that attention there and stuff. And I think Jeff could have beat anybody, at his best. Chad Horde was really good. He kind of played second fiddle a handful of times to Jeff and Keegan. And some of those guys he won. He beat them on his best days a bunch of times and stuff. I think I mentioned Jeff Dorr before. Pretty old school. Jeff told me it was either... He told me the year, and I forgot what it was, but it was like 1972 or 3. He won the overall at Crandon, so I wanted to at least say that. Chris Brandt in Pro Light at least deserves a mention. He's like the best guy who never won a championship, probably.
Yeah.
And that's probably all I got.
Well, in closing, I have to thank you for, David brought this concept of a podcast up to me at SEMA, and if it wasn't for you transpiring the history to me, and then, throughout our process of making this podcast, you putting ideas forth. It has definitely helped our podcast, and I thank you for that.
We appreciate it.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
absolutely.
I'm here to help.
Yeah. So I'll keep on bugging you at every Taco Tuesday for more information, and really appreciate it. So
I'm just here for the whole shebang, for the whole sport, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
awesome. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank
All right.
you.